hope everybody had a great week. Yeah, if you guys weren't aware, yesterday I was on with Legal Bites and Nick Ricada. Some commentary during the Depp trial, since it's not like it's the only way I could actually stream technically. So, um, hey, I'm not technically late. The court hasn't started yet. Just so you know. And no, I was late because of this morning I had a preliminary felony hearing that got a little sidetracked, so it took a little while. And my guy still didn't show up, so had to wait around. Yes, Gabrielle, I had a 7-day streaming suspension, so because I got copy struck in the middle of a live stream, that's what happened. Now, unlike Emily Baker, where from what I understood, she probably made a call and I got taken care of right away. I don't have that kind of pull, so no, I had to tough it out. That said, I'm trying to get a hold of the media order from the Barrisone trial, and I really hope there's something in there about no copyright, because I am probably going to contest that one and go after them.
Call to order, start the court's back in session. Take a seat.
Back on the record, the state of Florida has rested its presentation of evidence motions.
Oh, we're already to the defense part.
Mr. Smith will argue the JOA motion now.
Thank you. Smith, whenever you're ready.
Yes, Judge. I guess first, defense would request additional time to fully summarize and prepare for the judgment of acquittal argument. I know the court just gave us 5 minutes to do so. However, if the court has been inclined to give more time, I can argue based off of what I've been able to find at this point in time. I was trying to find case I'll provide to the court as well. So that would be the initial request, and then based off of that, I can argue or not argue depending on the court's willing to do that.
Okay. How much additional time do you anticipate needing?
Your Honor, we were caught off guard by the state resting today. Last night, I talked to Dr. Scully Danziger and told her that we would not be calling her today, given the testimony of the state's witness, Dr. Goldberger, yesterday. And we would plan to present Mr. Todt, but we have not summarized together as a team with the client what's happened during the case and where we're at, what we're going to emphasize. So I think that having just learned this morning that the state will not be as rested today and not going forward, we would ask the court to either resume tomorrow with the jury or on day next week, since we were planning for the 3-week process.
Right. At the conclusion of the trial yesterday, the court asked the parties to get together and lay out what they anticipated would be the timeline. Did that meeting not happen?
It did, but there wasn't a clear answer given. It was undetermined, essentially, from the state.
All right. And the evidence that's been induced during the trial, has there been any new evidence that was adduced that was not in the possession of the defense for the multiple years that this case has been pending?
No, but there was a surprise today that there were journals that were in the custody of the state for most of the time that were taken from the House. But apparently there's an objection that the state is going to raise concerning the use of the journals in the process.
That is incorrect. The defense has known about everything that has been in evidence. The defense went and inspected the evidence themselves and looked at the journals. I have the evidence that I've been provided by the defense that they are seeking to introduce are medical records, which I object to. They are Megan Todt's medical records. I'm objecting based upon relevance. There has been no discussion of journals. I don't intend to introduce the journals, so I'm not sure what Mr. West is speaking about.
There's no doubt that the state, that we saw them in an evidence view, that the state had custody of them. And today we had planned, we didn't plan to close to present the case today, but we planned to show the relationship between the family and how it was marked in journals over the years of entries by both people. Apparently, Ms. Smith was told this morning that the state would be objecting.
To the medical records, to the medical records, to the medical records.
Copies of the journals have also been provided to the defense several months ago.
Okay. All right. We have 14 members of the community that are present and have been present through each stage of the trial. Mr. Todt is represented by a competent and experienced team of attorneys. The evidence that has been adduced has been in the possession of the defense for multiple years, my understanding. And I will give the defense a brief amount of time to collect their thoughts. We're going to continue on with this trial today. I'm going to resume court at 10 o'clock, and I will anticipate entertaining any motions. And should the defense care to give an opening statement, we're going to move into the defense's case in chief. Thanks. We'll be in recess for half an hour.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, that's interesting. Now, I don't know what the issue is where this doctor lives or is available at. Now, they may be unavailable. They, may have told her, oh, don't show up till this time, but if they live in the area, they should probably be able to show up and go through it. But yes, generally speaking, the defense should be ready. But if they told their witness not to show up till a certain time, then there's only so much you can do at that point. So I don't know if it's 100% clear what they're going to do with the journals or how they're going to use the journals. But, well, Gabby, it's simply a matter of if you have a witness and you want to bring that witness in and you're the defense attorney and you're starting a murder trial, I'm going to go full screen now since we're kind of waiting on them. The big thing is, let's say the trial starts Monday. You don't know when the prosecutor's going to be done. You can say, okay, we'll take a day for jury selection, and then they'll take Monday, Tuesday, or Tuesday, Wednesday to do their case. Well, let's say they get done Wednesday morning, actually. They get done quicker than anticipated. They don't call all their witnesses. Well, what day should your witness be ready to go? I mean, you can't have them sit out in the hallway for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday ready to go. Generally speaking, people have lives and things they have to do, and they can't just sit there for hours on end. So you tell them, hey, show up this day, show up that day. Same thing with the prosecutor. They schedule their witnesses out, so they don't need them all at once. Any sort of really long trial, or even like the Johnny Depp trial or the Husel trial, those witnesses haven't been sitting in the courthouse for 3, 4, 5 weeks. They're told this week you're ready, be here Tuesday, of week 3, be here Wednesday of week 4, be here Monday of week 1. There's a schedule, there's a whole way to set that up. So that's the way you're not ready. It's a surprise move getting caught early. I hope that makes some sense, and I hope you guys can hear me well now. I hope you guys can hear me well now. But that's the problem. If you're not ready, there's only so much you can do to be ready. Now they're probably going to try to get a hold of that witness to say, hey, you need to get your ass here now. We're ready to go. But they may have to put that witness on a little later in a different order than they intended. So the court's saying you have a case, present it, and then you squeeze in that witness whenever. But yes, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Shaw. Good morning, Gabby, Matthew, Toxic, Cameron, Critter, Lori. Let's see who else here. Gabrielle, thank you for stopping by Parallax. Let's see here. Gabrielle, Nick found the order. He found the order for the one in Virginia for the Johnny Depp case, not for mine. I'm having trouble finding the court case online. New Jersey's court system is not as easy to navigate as other states, at least for me. Who else is here? Pauline, good morning. Who else? Well, if I missed anybody else, I apologize. Eric, how you doing? No, I've actually been in some pretty ghetto looking courtrooms that have been falling apart. So, hey, I'll take that as a win today. Thank you, um, Gabby. Anyway, I hope that makes sense to your question. How can they not be ready? It's just planning and timing. Uh, Once you've already told people not to show up till a certain amount of time, it's just like if you were scheduling a guy to get your hair done or get an oil change scheduled. They tell you, hey, come in tomorrow, and then they say, actually, can you come in today? But they already told you like 20 minutes before to change your schedule. It's not always easy to do. Can you guys hear me okay? I know I'm a little stuffed up, but otherwise. Oh, good morning, Wendy. muted. Um, yeah, probably Barrisone. I mean, Barrisone comes across as a crazy, stone cold crazy guy, but not criminally insane. I think that one will be quicker. Husel, I'm really surprised they. I don't think it's going to keep working too long. I mean, there's only so much they could go over, and I doubt they're going to go over everything. Yeah, I know it's boomer moment. Um, oh, they're gonna oof. Okay, well I changed my mind on that, and they might not come back quick. Um, but you know what? I'm staying away from that one because of those assholes at Long Crime. So I'm just gonna let you guys fill me in on what happens there. It's the safer way for now, until I can crush this copy strike. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Michael. I appreciate it. Uh, I do things a little different than the way Ricada does it. I generally try to kind of chill out. I generally try to chill. I don't generally try to give too much commentary and try to crack jokes during trial or when things are running. I'm generally interested in what's going on at the time. So you're going to be hearing, there's going to be a lot of quiet times, just so you're aware, as long as you're cool with that. That's how I roll. When it's downtime, oh yeah, I'll talk up a storm, but otherwise, we're watching the trial here. Obviously, right now there's nothing to watch, so. Yeah, it looks like the state rested yesterday, Eric. How much does jury duty pay? Like $15 a day, if that. That's being generous. I think in the Billy Ray Turner trial, they only got like $200, and they were there for 7 days straight. So you don't make much. Australia, wow. Well, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. I was gonna say, is it more? What time is it there in Australia? Because it's a quarter to 10 in the morning here. Yeah, free food, but it all depends where you're at. I mean, if you're in a, it depends where you're at and what the judge is willing to get you. So just before midnight. Ooh. Well, thank you. That's some dedication for sticking around. As far as the food though, I've been in some counties like very rural counties where there's just one judge and there's one courtroom. A county like 40,000 people, you get the local diners food. So, kind of like some boxed dinners and boxed lunches is pretty much what you get. It sounds like in the case of like Theodore Edgecombe, the judge got him some local eateries, which were probably a little more nicer. Um, but the judge could also say like, "Here's some Chick-fil-A, you cretins, eat this." Uh, it really all depends. There's not really a guarantee. Johnny Depp, it sounds like yesterday they got Panera, so it could be anything and everything. Whew. Yeah, that's a. You're also in the future. Borowski's court, you get food poisoning apparently. Yeah, yeah, you do. Oh, so. Um, he got 25 years. How many we have to serve? You have to serve pretty much all of it in Wisconsin, from what I understand. Uh, I don't know what exactly it's called, but they have some sort of issue there where you've got to serve the whole time. So he's not getting out early. He's not going to do like 5 years and go home. Well, I at this point I don't know. Um, Worst case scenario for Johnny Depp is that he loses. Even then, I'm not so sure this is a case of Johnny Depp trying to win as much as this is the public execution of Amber Heard. He is going to murder her public image and destroy her. So, I mean, really, either way, Johnny Depp wins because it's not like he's only going to get so much money out of this. And I think for him, it's not the money. I think for him at this point, it is showing the world how big of a piece of shit he thinks Amber Heard is. And that's what I think they're going to try to do. It's more about vindication for him at this point. So, I mean, I'd like to see them win because it sounds like she did him wrong, did him really wrong, and she's a bad person. But we shall see. His sister didn't do a good job this morning or yesterday. She wasn't very good on the stand. She walked into a couple of traps. So we'll see how she handles that. Yeah, from what's being alleged, yeah, he doesn't sound like a good guy. Um, I mean, he comes up with all these stories about the end of the world and whatnot. I think he probably just killed his family because he was about to get indicted for fraud. I mean, that's not uncommon. But we shall see what comes out in defense. Anyways, good morning, Sandy. If impressionistic. If I didn't say anything, hello, Betchilla, Doris. Good morning, Charles. Good morning. Thanks for stopping by. We're just waiting right now. So, I mean, yeah, it's kind of destroyed, but it's not in the same level that Johnny Depp's got destroyed. I mean, Johnny Depp has pretty much been unpersoned in Hollywood. Amber Heard just got her career destroyed because she kind of sucks. But I think at this point he wants to murder her image, and I don't blame him. He's also got the money to do it. So this is it's kind of like the Joker says in The Dark Knight. This is about making a statement. This is for Johnny Depp. It's about getting across a message. So, KLF, good morning. Yeah, thanks again. I'm happy to see everybody back. Happy for all the nice words and well wishes. Um, yeah, I saw a couple clips of that. That is yeah, he's a pretty weird guy. Good morning, Catherine. Oh, President Biden. Good morning. Um, well, just remember he's already been destroyed. So, what's more dangerous than a man with nothing left to lose? We're about to find out. So, I'm pretty sure Johnny Depp already has the two graves dug before he started out on his quest for revenge. Oh, can you help me with the copy strike? I'd appreciate it, bro. A little help there. Oh. Do, do, do. Oh, I forgot to ask. This isn't really the time for this one, but I'm gonna throw it up. Oh, did I get a text? A text to Alex. Um, do I? Oh, Stormcrow. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's. Hold on here. Let me see. thought I'd ask you guys about this now with the Husel verdict. Um, so, anyway, do I like keyboards, mechanical keyboards, or quiet keyboards? I really don't have a preference. This is this keyboard, this hunk of junk. This came back in November. I finally ordered a new desktop for like the first time in, I don't know, geez, it's been like 10, 11 years. I've been using laptops pretty much since then. This came in the box with it when I ordered the rig I got, so I'll use it. I don't really care what kind of keyboard it is, but it's nice and clicky and clacky. It works good for gaming, but I understand it's probably a little annoying when you're listening today. Do I have court today? I had court this morning. I had court at 8:15. That drug on for a little bit. I was trying to get a hold of my guy. He skipped out, so I took care of another case I had this morning as well. So, no, I'm actually done for the day. I may have to run out and take care of some stuff, but no, today's pretty quiet. Tomorrow's quiet. Friday's quiet. Well, huh. Well, I mean, better than nothing, I guess. I love the tic tac tac. The louder, the better. Stormcrow, I'm not sure everybody else echoes that sentiment, so I'll try to slow down on that. Anyway, Stormcrow, I don't think I've seen you in here before, so welcome. Please, like and subscribe if you like what's going on here. Hope I see you around. Oh, no, I don't think he did an edge comb. I think he's somewhere probably in the gutter doing meth right now. I don't think he left the state. He's probably just out on a bender. Keyboard ASMR. Oh. Oh, muted myself there for a second. Um, well, thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Yes. Yes, I'm sure we'll find out how many times that happened. Probably a lot. I bet it's going to turn out, and I really bet she is I don't doubt that he threw hands at her, but we're going to find out she's the main perpetrator, I bet. Uh, it does. It does. I've only met the guy once, so, I mean, yeah, addiction does suck, and it's something, for a lot of people, it's a demon they can't tackle, and it's not a reflection on them. It's just, it's hard to, it is. It's difficult to deal with. Every once in a while, people are able to conquer that mountain, and I'm thrilled when they can. But yeah, in the meantime, a lot of people, it's something they don't really conquer. They just kind of keep at bay at times. But yeah, they eventually slip up again. And I mean, I know that's how it happens. It's just you hate to see it, especially when you know you're trying to help them get some things lined up and they're doing so well. I mean, it's more of a, you feel bad for them that they, tried so hard and then it didn't work. Oh yeah, and I've heard some of that too. Yeah, she like Chris Rock, says about when she's one of those women who had to get the last word in all the time. She knew what to do. Oh, I don't think that's interesting at all. I I think I think it totally makes sense. So, not guilty, not sure. That's actually I think that's pretty fair. Yeah, it's really hard to say this is murder. So, we'll see what the jury says. I really hope they are kind of echoing our sentiments. Yeah, the rain just washes everything away and keeps it nice and clean and sanitary for you. Makes your freebasing safer. See, I don't think that's. And you know what though, I I understand what you're saying, Sandy, but it's the thing with addiction is you're not ready till you're ready, and I don't generally try to look at it as I'm fighting harder than they are. It's just I'm trying to help them get ready, and they're just not able to make it work. It's. I think you have to look at it that way. I don't know if it's best to say that they can't or they don't care as much as I do. I think a lot of them would love to quit doing it, but it's like I'd love to quit, being fat. It's not, compared to a skinny person. So it's not just as simple as, well, I just want to quit. Now I've been working on that, but I think the same thing kind of works out a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I manslaughter makes more sense. I think they're going to try to claim he tried to kill them and maybe it didn't stick, but he went through with it as far as he could. But I think that's an alternative theory that they're claiming, well, he tried to kill them, but it didn't work. Well, if that means it didn't work, then he didn't commit murder. And if I didn't commit murder, I don't think I have the intent then to commit attempted murder. I think that's a bad charging decision, but it's already happened. Oh yeah, I agree. Oh, Lil Miss, yeah, welcome back. Glad you're here. Glad to see you. Uh, let's see. I understand attempted murder. Yeah, we did that one. Full disclosure. I voted not sure. Hey, there's nothing wrong with voting that. Nothing wrong at all. Yeah, I'm trying to update this thing here so I can. Yeah, that's weird. It didn't show up. So, yeah. So, yeah, we're still waiting. So, oh, I've been doing good. So it's working on that. Oh, Sandy, I did not mean that you've had any bad comments or were trying to say anything negative. Don't don't take that the wrong way. I hope I tried to make it clear. I didn't take it the wrong way, and I don't think you meant it in any bad way. So please, no worries, no worries. No, and it wasn't that. I just wanted to make sure. I just thought it was kind of important to explain that to everybody. So don't worry about it. Tricks. I kept falling asleep. Okay, well that's important too. Uh, oh, congratulations. That's quite a bit. Um, yeah, I'm working on it. It's not bad so far. Yep, Matthew, and also Matthew, welcome this morning. And yeah, it's it's an ongoing battle for everybody to do their thing one way or another. Yeah, I had a client one time. It was very early on once I got out of law school. He was a mechanical engineer out of the University of Michigan, probably one of the better mechanical engineering programs in the country. Had his master's from there, working on his PhD, got hurt in a car accident, and they gave he injured his shoulder, got on pills, and that was it. You know, a year and a half later, that guy's got 4 different felony charges for high end theft, tampering with evidence, carrying a gun, and you know had to plea that guy out to like 3 felony charges, and he almost went to prison for it. I mean, things change on the drop of things change on a dime. Oh, 4M, good morning. JC, good morning. I didn't get the chance to watch too much of the Andrew Mitchell case, actually, Doris, so I'm not sure. I just think that one's a bit sketchy. Um, the whole thing just seems weird. So, anyways, guys, I need a couple of minutes and I will be right back, but I'm going to put this back on full screen and I'll put the sound back on so we're ready. Just in case. Yeah, hold on. Yeah. Well, I mean, I can say thank you to each and every one of you. Um, I really do mean that. I appreciate it. Oh, here we go. Anyways, I thank you guys, but I also thank the.
All right, thank you. We are back on the record. Mr. Wesley.
May I clarify one thing? Ms. Smith told me this morning that the state was going to object to the journals. She was in error. She said she misspoke and said that was the medical records. There was never any doubt about the access to the journals. We saw them at the evidence viewing. That was not my intent. I just want to clarify and make it clear that there was no hiding the ball or.
I understand that was a misunderstanding,
Thank
Mr.
you for
Wesley,
hearing.
and I know that you would not misrepresent anything to the court. The state of Florida has rested its presentation of evidence. Motions at this time?
Yes, Judge, and thank you for the additional time.
Of course.
I have 2 cases that I'll be relying on if I can approach.
Thanks.
At this time, defense will be moving for a judgment of acquittal when viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the non-moving party, in this case, the state. A reasonable juror cannot conclude that the state has put forth sufficient evidence to sustain a prima facie case as to each of the elements. Turning first, generally just the two cases that I provided, Burke specifically speaks about corpus. I know that there's been an interview that was played in a statement purported to be made by Mr. Todt. Essentially, corpus has to be shown beyond a reasonable doubt, and the statements and the information elicited through the interview of Mr. Todt contradicts with the medical examiner and the toxicologist statements in terms of any potential cause of death and the cause of the death. The statement also contradicts with the physical evidence as well. Based off of this, defense is of the position that based off of the corpus delicti ruling and the rule that it doesn't allow for a conviction or the state to prove the elements that specifically Mr. Todt committed these acts, and these acts are what caused the death of the remaining members of the Todt family. Turning to the animal cruelty, that's where the State versus Wershaw case comes into play. Essentially, that talks about how the statute is considered to be kind of vague and overbroad because essentially it allows for quasi anything to potentially sustain a conviction as to the animal cruelty. In this case, the testimony of Dr. Stern, he couldn't identify and specify what was the cause of death. He can't say who specifically caused the death in the case. So the defense refers to that the animal cruelty statute is vague and overbroad and that it would allow for a potential conviction based off of anything, and specifically in terms of the testimony that we did hear from Dr. Stern, the veterinarian, he can't indicate and say what the cause of death was. In terms of the potential wound that the state might say was inflicted by a knife, number one, in the interview, it was said that there was no knife used, but he also indicated it could be based off of decomposition and could not say or indicate what was the cause of death. And then as to the 4 counts of murder in this case, there's been, defense would assert that there hasn't been a prima facie case shown that the acts were committed by Mr. Todt, because that goes back to the corpus argument, and that a conviction can't be sustained without independent evidence that would be shown beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Todt was the one that committed these acts. And based off the testimony that's been presented in terms of the medical examiner, the toxicologist, and Dr. Goldberg, those would contradict in terms of the statements that were introduced, which defense is of the position would go to corpus and say that it could not sustain a conviction as to murder. So defense would be asking for a judgment of acquittal in this case based off of those foregoing reasons.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. State's response.
Your Honor, the state has met its burden at this point. The state has met the prima facie case. As far as the corpus argument, corpus is met when there is evidence that a crime has been committed. The defendant was found in a house with 4 decomposing bodies and a decomposing animal. The defendant then made statements to law enforcement about how the death occurred. There is ample evidence to support that the state has met the corpus requirement in this case. And the medical examiner testified that the cause of death in each of the children, as well as Megan, was homicidal violence by unspecified means with hygiene toxicity. This is not a case where the ME found that were accidental or anything that would have prevented the state, absent additional evidence, from playing the defendant's interview. I would also note that there was no objection to the interview prior to it being played on corpus grounds. The case law is very clear with regards to corpus. As far as the animal cruelty count, there's also ample evidence to support the case going to the jury in that count. The veterinarian testified that as he examined the animal in this case, that there was no signs that the animal died from natural causes. In all of the autopsies, the medical examiner and the veterinarian testified that suffocation could not be ruled out. It's obvious after the medical examiner's review as well as the toxicology results that the children in this case and Megan did not die from natural causes. The state has met its burden and the case should be forward and be presented to the jury.
Judgment of acquittal should be denied by the trial court if, when viewed in the lens of the light most favorable to the state, the state meets the burden of establishing a prima facie showing of each of the elements in the charging information, in this case the indictment, and that a reasonable trier of fact could reasonably infer from the evidence adduced that a prima facie showing of each element of each offense has been shown. At this stage in the trial, the court finds that the state has met that burden, specifically based on the testimony of Dr. Nara regarding the 4 deceased individuals, as well as Dr. Stern regarding the deceased animal, when coupled with the evidence that was adduced in the light most favorable to the state. The court finds that they have met their burden. The court finds ample evidence of corpus delicti, and when considering the defendant's own statements, the state has met its burden. The judgment of acquittal motion is denied as to all counts. Does the defense anticipate giving an opening statement at this time?
Your Honor, and may I have one inquiry? Was Dr. Goldberger or Dr. Goldberg? I don't want to. Berger. I want to make sure we're clear.
Yes, sir. Other than that inquiry, is the defense ready for opening statements?
I plan to open now, and which lectern do you prefer that we use?
We will roll in a lectern for you, and we'll position that wherever you'd like, Mr. Weston. Do you want it right here in front of the jury box?
5 minutes.
All right, thanks.
Sorry.
And Judge, I guess, can I just put the sites, I know I referenced 2 cases, but can I just put the 2 sites on the
So,
record?
yeah,
of the case?
I'm
Of
sorry.
course. Yes.
Burks versus State, which is 613, 7th, 2nd, 441, Florida Supreme Court from 1993. State versus Worshow, 343, 7th, 2nd, 605, Supreme Court of Florida, 1977.
Thanks. I reviewed both cases, and the ruling remains the same.
Judge, I don't recall if in your denial of the JOA, did you address the animal cruelty? I know we talked about, okay.
I did.
Judge, I think it would be prudent at this point.
So, yeah, guys, give me a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
An email that I got from Ms. Smith that there is an anticipation that medical records of Megan Todt are going to be attempted to be introduced in evidence by the defense. I have reviewed the suggested medical records. The state's going to be objecting to the introduction of the medical records. The medical records, a majority of the medical records are from 2011 and 2012. The state would argue that they are irrelevant in this case. There are medical records that are closer in time. They're chiropractic medical records. The last time the medical records indicate that Ms. Todt went to the chiropractor was in December of 2019. And the medical records did note that she was in pain and suffering from different ailments, but the state is making a relevance argument to all of the medical records.
Thank you. Defense, there is a motion to limit or exclude the anticipated items of evidence. They've not yet been brought before the court. I haven't even seen them. Is the defense in any position to make argument with respect to those anticipated items of evidence?
As the prosecutor indicated, they've been in their possession for quite some time. We are going to talk to the jury about what happened to the family and their relationship, and how things changed for them that led to the events that are the subject of this case. And mostly medical information. And rather than just have somebody say, I went with my wife to the doctor's records to verify exactly what was done and how things took place.
All right, my recollection of Mr. Todt's statement to law enforcement on January 15th, 2020, referenced a chronic condition, chronic issues with pain. As far as relevance grounds, the court would find that it meets the relevance threshold. As far as evidentiary considerations, I don't know if this is admissible, but as far as relevance grounds, I think I would overrule the state's objection.
Your Honor, there are also in the medical records a lot of blood work results. I also would note that there is not anybody to testify as to the meaning of any of those results. So I would be objecting based on that ground as well.
Mr. Wesley, has the item of evidence been compiled and pre-marked?
Yeah. Ms. Smith, was that done? Were the exhibits marked?
No.
All right. Before I have a more detailed conversation, I need to know exactly what the defense is anticipating eliciting. That way I can make a determination as to any objections or try and sort out any objections prior to their admission.
I'm sorry, Ms. Smith, we're talking to one ear.
And I would ask if the defense is going to be attempting to introduce previous journals that would do the same thing for that as well.
Okay. Court will expect that items of evidence that are anticipated to be introduced in the defense's case in chief be pre-marked. We'll put an evidence list together. We'll disseminate that to the parties, just as we did for the state's case.
Your Honor, at the conclusion, I don't know if this will need to be part of the record, or whether they should be kept out. We could ask the court probably to put them under seal so they're not public at that point, even though they'd be able to concede proof.
I'll accept anything that you want to be made part of the record, and whether it's retained, depending on whether there is a verdict reached in this case, is going to be a discussion with the court and the clerks. So Wesley, are you satisfied with the podium placement? You good to go?
I think that's fine.
All right.
I'll ask for your permission. I need to do it.
Anything else we need to talk about before returning the jury? State.
That's a option you have, is not to make your opening statement until the presentation of your case.
Let's return to the jury, please.
I've never done it except for like misdemeanor bench trials, but it is an option you have. And sometimes there's tactical decisions related to it. Yeah, Shaw's 100% correct. They did it in the Ahmaud Arbery trial. Well, it's not his trial. I don't think that's right because it sounds like he's the bad guy. The McMichaels trial for murdering Ahmaud Arbery. They did that, and I think that was probably the right way to do it. Any issues with the screen quality or the lagging or the buffering is going to be on from the courthouse. Everything else for me is running fine, so you guys are aware. But yeah, good question, IA and Shaw. Yeah, you're 100% correct. That happened there.
All rise for the jury, please.
That is 100% correct, pretty much what happened. They were coming to arrest him and they found the bodies.
May be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, at this portion during the trial, the defense will have an opportunity, if they wish, to give an opening statement. Please remember that the arguments by the attorneys are not evidence or your instruction on the law. but do give them your close attention. They are intended to aid you or guide you as to what they believe the evidence will show or has not shown.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we chose to make our opening statement to defer it until this time. Some lawyers like to talk about what they expect the evidence will show, but I will talk to you briefly about what I believe the evidence has shown so far.
Objection, Your Honor, can we approach?
Yeah, come on up.
So, yeah, you can't really do that. You can't really do that, but, you know, part of doing your job as a defense attorney is pushing the limits and playing with the rules. Like, I give them credit for going down that road and seeing if they'd object, but yeah, that's generally not allowed. You can't do it that way. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, there was a great innovation probably 5 or 6 years ago to allow jurors to take notes in cases, and that's very helpful because I've seen that you've been studiously applying, making notes to remind yourself of what evidence you heard. The presentation has been difficult for you, I think, and it's been a case that has not been necessarily fun, but we're going to keep going now and call, if we may, Your Honor, Megan Todt as our witness.
Thank you. Have you concluded with opening statements, Mr. Wesley? All right, thanks. We're going to reposition the courtroom. Mr. Wesley, I'm going to ask that you have a seat at council table. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short recess. Please do not discuss the facts of the case. Please do not conduct any independent research.
All rise to the jury.
I mean, seriously, we went through all that just for that? Come on, man. Got like a 2-sentence opening. But hey, you know, that's his right to do it that way, and it works out.
Parties may be seated. Thank you.
Let's see what happens.
Trend of brevity continues. Mr. Todt, we're going to place you under oath.
Please raise your right hand.
Stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to answer in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Todt, you are sitting between some very experienced trial attorneys. You should consider their counsel in the decision as to whether you wish to become a witness in this case or exercise your constitutional right to remain silent. I want you to understand that at your request, should you choose to remain silent, I would have instructed your jury that they are not to consider your silence in any way whatsoever in rendering a verdict. Ultimately, the decision as to whether you wish to testify in this trial is yours and yours alone. Have you had an opportunity to discuss that decision with your attorneys?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you need any additional time to make that decision?
Decision has been made, sir.
All right. It's been represented to the court that you wish to testify in this trial.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you understand that the state will have an opportunity to cross-examine you just as they have with any other witness. Do you understand that? All right. Thank you. All right. That's the only discussion that we have at this time. Thank you. Let's return the jury, please.
I have that lectern back.
You want it up here?
I thought that that's where typically they, where do you want it, Judge?
Okay. I was under the impression that closing arguments were done and you were going to question the defendant from the podium. Is that correct?
Not closing argument, opening statement.
Excuse me, did I say it closing? Opening statements are concluded, and so you can question from this podium, and we'll bring Mr. Todt up when the jury returns, swear him in.
I'm fine with that, thank you.
Thank you.
You know, yeah, wow, we're gonna do this live. Yeah, that was pretty much their opening. So, oh, Lil Miss, it's okay. We just try to, not have people flood the chat with caps. But yeah, this is interesting. I wonder how he's going to explain away the whole, wrapping their bodies up in blankets. I mean, I get the allegation he's going to claim his wife killed the kids and then herself, but why hide the bodies, bro? That's not going to look good. Unless he's going to say she killed all the kids, then killed herself, and then wrapped all their bodies up in blankets. I'm not really sure how that one's going to go. Till he decomposed. Well, this will be interesting. I'm sticking around to watch this part. I was thinking about heading over to the office, but I'm going to stay here and do work. And as the Joker said, and here we go.
Defense, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, we call Anthony Todt.
Todt, if you'll please remain standing, we're going to swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies, thank you.
Please identify yourself.
My name is Anthony John Todt,
What is your age?
46.
Mr. Todt, we've heard testimony about a woman named Megan Todt. Are you familiar with that person?
Yes.
And were you in fact married to Megan Todt?
Yes.
When did you first meet her?
It was high school of 1992
And where was that?
in Montville, Connecticut. Sorry. Montville, Connecticut. Montville.
And did you and Ms. Todt, did you and Megan, we've used first names throughout the case, so I'll do it to not make it hard to remember. Did you become married or become a couple?
Yes.
Now, did you attend the university in the state of Connecticut?
Yes.
And where did you go to school?
Sacred Heart University in Fairfield, Connecticut.
Did Megan also become a student at Sacred Heart?
Yes, she was 2 years behind me.
What was your course of study?
Undergraduate work, a major in psychology with a concentration in health psychology, with a declared minor of pre-physical therapy, and then I finished my master's degree of science in physical therapy.
Right. Now, did your wife, when did you marry Megan? Was that in college or later?
I had graduated from college already, and she was in her second to last year of college.
What field did she study?
She had the exact same credentials as myself, physical therapy.
Did you practice in the field of physical therapy?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with medical terms and medical procedures?
Most definitely, sir.
How long did you practice as a physical therapist?
I received my license in August of 1999 and was practicing up until the current.
Was Megan also involved in the practice with you?
In the practice of physical therapy, sir?
Yes.
Yes. Whereas I did more hospitalist, nursing care, home care, and outpatient, she concentrated most of her time as a pediatric specialist and did work some time in nursing homes when we traveled.
What were the circumstances that brought your family to Celebration?
Initially, my wife and I bought the condo in Celebration in July of 2005 when we were traveling physical therapists, which means they put us around the country either to cover for what they call snowbird season or people got on maternity leave. They were generally minimum of 13-week assignments, and they could be extended. We first went out to California, wonderful time. Then we came down to Florida and found that since we sold our initial condo in Connecticut, we didn't have any deductions. So we bought the condo in Celebration as a partial investment and partially primary home, because part of our contract with our traveling company is they pay for our residence. So at the current time, they're paying for a rental. Why have the company pay for a rental when they can pay for your actual house and help with your mortgage payments? So we bought the condo in July 2005. Would you like me to continue?
Let me ask one thing at this point. What was the status of Megan's health when you first met her?
When I first met Megan, sorry, I just needed to collect myself. Megan had initially been diagnosed as a teen with Lyme disease, in which they say Lyme disease goes into remission, they say Lyme disease goes into just recesses and waits another day to invade, all depending on your immune system, all depending on what research shows and who you follow. She also was diagnosed right around middle school, right before I met her, with a heart issue. This heart issue they diagnosed as mitral valve prolapse and a murmur. They also diagnosed arrhythmias, at which time I found out after I started dating Megan in high school, because I asked her one time. We used to go out to dinner all the time. We used to, normal dating.
Ask your next question, Mr. Wesley.
I'll try and ask you more questions that have a shorter answer.
I apologize, sir.
And then, when you married Megan, what was the status of her health generally?
Generally, she was healthy. She avoided caffeine and she avoided sugars because of the heart issue previously mentioned.
And then, did there come a time when Megan began to have health problems?
Yeah.
And about when was the onset of that?
March 2011.
And what are the conditions that she experienced?
We were vacationing. I apologize. We were vacationing in Florida. And we were at a theme park. And she got bit by a bug. She described this bug as a 6-legged black bug with a red mark on the back that reminded her of the state of Texas. I didn't see the bug. It was at the end of the day, and this bug bite, which you would think was innocuous, turned into this yellow, green, I can't even describe, pustule. It was a gigantic whitehead. So we went home that night. I went home to the hotel, or it was a hotel at the time, because of the issue.
And about what, that was in 2011, you say?
March 2011, sir.
And then in the ensuing year, did Megan develop any other health complications?
Oh, yeah. Many trips to the hospital, many trips to the ER, cardiac critical care units. She was diagnosed with a multitude of diagnoses, I guess you want to say. First of which was they found that she had drug-induced hepatitis. Sorry, first, I apologize, let me back up. They diagnosed her with tonsillar cellulitis. She had these gigantic white pustules on her tonsils. Her lymph node was just totally enlarged, in trouble breathing. In subsequent visits to the ER, subsequent visits to the doctors, they found that she acquired, through the medical aspect, what's called drug-induced hepatitis. So her liver became inflamed, very much so, that it was malfunctioning, to put it lightly. Her eyes were, at one point, the color of the most fluorescent yellow highlighter you ever seen in your life. I swear her eyes could...
Mr. Todt,
Yes.
did there come a time then at that occasion when she had the hepatitis that it affected her lifestyle or what she could do?
Most definitely. My wife, she was a yoga teacher, in addition to physical therapist. She went from a very strong, vibrant woman to barely holding on to 90 pounds. She couldn't keep weight on. She couldn't breathe. Her heart rate progressively was going crazy. At rest, it would be 190 or above. EKGs, all that kind of stuff, saw her throwing atrial fibrillations, PVCs, which are, it's basically your heart operates in a synchronous motion, okay? Valves pump on rhythm. Her valves and her, sorry, not valves, her chambers were beating all irregular. It was basically, you take four wheels of a car.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of medical knowledge and narrative.
Mr. Todt, have you, what medical training have you received in conjunction with the physical therapy?
I appreciate you asking me that, sir. 20 years of medical experience working in the hospital, case review charts, home care, meaning that not only was I operating under a nurse or with a nurse individually at a house, I was also opening cases on my own, which means I received medical information, medical records from the doctors and from the hospital themselves to be interpreted, to be reviewed, and to be deciphered so that I can properly give the appropriate care within their medical limits to the patient.
Thank you for that background. Now, as your wife continued with her health issues, what was her attitude or outlook or demeanor?
Her demeanor went from a very vibrant young woman in which literally we were best friends. As dating, we always knew we would remain best friends. That's how close we were. We dated for 8 years before we were married. Her family was my family, okay? Her grandparents were my grandparents. That's how close we were, okay? She went from, even though she remained the light of my life, whenever she walked into a room, literally, after almost 20 years of marriage, my stomach would have those butterflies in it, seeing my wife. I existed, but she went from...
Ask the question again, Mr. Wilson.
Now, at that point in time, did you have children?
At the time she got sick, sir?
Sorry?
At what point in time, sir?
When we're talking about this period in her life, when she had gone, when she was less vibrant or less
Yeah.
demeanor change.
Before she got sick, we were blessed with 2 wonderful boys. Okay? She went from a mom who provided for everything, including myself. I consider myself a third kid, okay? To a person who could barely walk stairs on certain days. we hired, with the help and the assistance of our family, we hired I guess you want to say a mother's helper, okay? In which to come in, help bring the kids to school, which is something my wife,
What I'm going to ask you to do is to try and I'll try and correct you so that we don't have long extensions, so it's easier for everyone to understand what we're talking about.
I apologize, sir. It's been 2 years since I've been able to tell my story. I appreciate you working with you.
Do you and Megan attended Sacred Heart, which was a Roman Catholic university, is that true?
That's the debate. It's Roman Catholic by name, but it was considered Jesuit-run, which I don't know where the derivation between those two run.
But were you raised in the Catholic Church?
I was raised in the Roman Catholic Church and continue to practice as such, sir.
Do you know whether Megan was raised in the Roman Catholic Church?
Megan
This is
was
a man
raised in the
talking
Roman Catholic
himself into
Church.
prison.
However, before she went to college, her and her mother and father did shy away from it, but she did get confirmed before we got married.
As you progressed as a family, did Megan seek other religious experiences?
Most definitely, sir.
And what was the reason for that?
When she got sick, we were under the model of traditional med. That's where we were trained. Medicine helps. Progression of her disease process, we went more alternative, or she went more alternative, I should say, because we were told to stay away from medications. Alternatives were not working. Through her yoga practice and her yoga certification, she got introduced to, I guess you want to say, an Eastern religion, Hindu and based. I always thought it was Buddhist, but it was actually Hindu. And she shied away from the Roman Catholic Church, and her progression of her religion through that religion and her following also took over her medical outlook and her medical treatment of herself as she shied away from unsuccessful medical interventions.
Around that time, was there a calamitous event in the life of Megan's parents?
Before the birth of my first son, in November of 2002, her father hung himself. She was very close with her father. She was not close with her mom. I was very close with her father. He was one of my good friends, one of the few males I trusted. One of the things I totally enjoyed about the relationship with her and her family was her relationship with her father. She was that close with him.
All right, sir. And then also, along with having 3 children yourself with Megan, she suffered miscarriages, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did that also affect her approach towards her health or approach towards how she carried on day to day?
The first miscarriage happened when she first got bit by that bug. And before the whole progression of the disease, in the process under it, there was, of course, depression and that kind of stuff for losing a baby. And then in the fall of 2019, September actually, we were blessed. We found out that a simple weekend away, we conceived. And she went from being depressed to very happy, dancing, singing, something that I hadn't seen in forever. And we lost the baby. And it affected her big time. And obviously affected me, but she went from that singing, humming, dancing person to the days that she didn't get out of bed.
What was the religious group that she had migrated towards, the Eastern religion? Did you ever attend their services with your wife, or?
I was very supportive of my wife. I did not understand, nor did I follow this religious aspect. I was Roman Catholic. The way I was raised in a military family. My stepfather was a very proud military man. I was taught respect.
Unresponsive.
Repeat your question, Mr.
The
Ward.
question that was asked was, let me ask an entirely different question so we're no confusion. I want to make sure I tie up some loose ends. You mentioned Lyme disease, and that's somewhat prevalent in New England, is that correct?
It seems like everybody has Lyme disease, yes?
And that is transmitted by insects, bugs also, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then what were the effects on that on your wife that you noticed?
When the Lyme disease became apparent and positive, she had breathing problems, heart rate problems, chronic pains. When she had what was called exacerbations, so without getting too technical, your immune system is the best thing to keep any disease at bay. So whenever she didn't feel well, got sick, the Lyme would become more prevalent. So when the Lyme became more prevalent, not only did she have joint aches, she had feelings of hopelessness, depression, not wanting to go on certain days. There were some days where I helped her shave her legs because she couldn't bend over, she was in so much pain, or couldn't breathe.
Mr. Todt, did your wife seek a different way to health through the Eastern religion?
Yes, she did, sir.
And was it diet-based or worship-based, or what were the parts that appealed to her, and what was she seeking?
She was seeking control over her own medical care. Basically, anybody in a chronic illness wants some kind of control of their own self. She went from traditional medicine, she went to religious following of dictating what her health care was. She even followed a book from a guy who listened to a ghost who had no medical experience to tell her what she should be doing, what she should be eating, and that kind of stuff, called the medical medium.
Was there any discussion within that religious group about an afterlife?
Yes. This religious group could be conducted mostly by Skype or whatever video thing was at the time. I think it was Skype.
Objection, hearsay.
No,
The means of technology. Thank you.
I would sit with her during some of these meetings. They would give her prayers to pray, whether to help with what they were talking about with what was called family lineage karma burning. Because as in the Bible, Roman Catholic, the same thing she followed was the fact that your past, your past family's transgressions follow forward multiple generations. So as you asked, please repeat your question, just so I can make sure I repeat correctly.
Was there an afterlife component of this religious practice?
Yes, there was an afterlife component in which each afterlife, she believed that there was reincarnation. And as they burned the family karma in the current life, they reached a salvation in which they were reincarnated to a better life.
And was her desire to seek better health
Potential
through this
question in the
process
usual
by
trial.
going into another life?
Better health and better relationships with people who had.
Also, as a Catholic, this reincarnation stuff is
Abused her
nonsense.
and had verbally and otherwise affected her in her life.
There was some discussion about a suicide note, and that was apparently directed from Detective Cole Miller to Dr. Nara. Were you aware of any suicide note?
When I came back to the house that day, she showed it to me, yes. But I had no knowledge of it before I came home that day.
What was her demeanor or attitude at that time?
She was trying to explain to me what she did. She was trying to make me understand. It was the whole aspect of it was she was trying to present this as fact. And I was telling her, I don't believe that, I can't believe I called her some names, which I never called her before in my life. But the whole demeanor of it was, this is what I've been told through my meditations. This is what I believe. This is what, as she referred to as, the light has provided for her, and the light.
Talking about your own demeanor and how your countenance.
My own demeanor, when I found out what happened, I puked. I cried. I was in total denial of what happened. I couldn't understand.
He got so mad when he was interrupted.
And then after that, I was like, I want to get you help. I'll take responsibility for this. Just get help. That's all I wanted. I would do anything in my life to do what she needed, provide for what she needed, provide her a happy life. I held my wife on a pedestal. I didn't care anything to myself. I wanted her to have a good life, period. And I wanted her to get help. I didn't care.
We'll try and work on shorter sentences so that everyone can keep up, and I'll be,
My apologies, sir.
we're fine. Have you progressed from talking about the afterlife to talking about what happened to your children and your wife?
I don't understand what you mean, sir.
When you said what had happened with Megan, what were you talking about?
What had happened that day when I came home?
Which day?
I don't know.
You don't have to talk about calendar date. What was the occurrence that made that day memorable?
I came home and my kids were dead. It was the most horrible day of my life. And what made it more horrible is my wife died in front of me also.
Had there been a blueberry pie that was cooked in the house?
According to what she told me.
Objection hearsay.
And
Hold on just a sec, Mr. Todt. Response.
Describe what you know or saw and not what you heard from another person, if you can.
Thank you, sir. When I came home that morning, I knew my family the night before was having dessert, and I declined it because you saw my health. I was jogging and losing weight. I came home that morning, and there was a melted purple, looked like a pudding pie. I can't really tell you exactly what it was. She told me what it was later, but it was in a graham cracker crust. And the kitchen, it was my job to clean the kitchen. But when I came home, that purple, bluish, grapish, melted pie, I guess you want to say, the pie dish was sitting there on the counter with some residue on the kids, at the kids' places on their, plates.
at that time you came in, you saw that there were desserts that had been served up on the table?
I saw the remnants of it, yes.
And then did you then discover that your children were dead?
Not initially, no. I had gone upstairs. Well, I had to, too much information, but I had to pee. So I went to the bathroom and came out, and my wife was at the top of the stairs. My house was very quiet. Very unnormal having 3 kids, one 13, one 10 at the time, and the other one 4 years old. She brought me in the room. I had been feeling nauseous that morning anyways, because I had these shakes I was taking for weight loss, all that. And around the same time that she was telling me I was puking. It was then that I understood what had transpired. She had blood on her shirt. And after that, after I said a few uncolored words to her, I then discovered the kids. I went into the rooms and found them dead.
You saw the video yesterday where on the 15th, Cole Miller and another investigator in a tiny room talked to you at length. Did you have an agenda for that discussion?
I don't even remember that day. Last thing I remember was falling down the stairs and smacking my head on the stairs, which I resulted in a fracture in my neck. Next thing I knew, I woke up here. And seeing that video yesterday, that was the first time I saw that video. I had no agenda consciously, but I can tell you throughout my relationship with my wife, especially after she got sick, I would put myself as a forefront and take responsibility and protect my wife.
You said in the statement that you stabbed the children and there was blood everywhere. Do you remember that from yesterday's video?
I remember it just seeing on yesterday's video. I wasn't aware of anything I said till about June, so maybe June or July, 6 months after I got here when I got the transcript of what I said that day.
Why did you say that you performed the knife, the incisions on the bellies of the children?
It goes back to the aspect is I was covering for my wife. Obviously, unsuccessfully, because as you saw by the video, compared to what they said, I had no clue had my kids died.
Did you have ideas of joining your family in the afterlife?
After I saw everybody die,
Yes, sir.
after I saw my wife die and saw my kids, most definitely. I wanted to be with them. That's the only thing I wanted to be. I didn't care by what means. I didn't care by what anything. I sliced my wrist. I took multiple doses of Benadryl. I tried to hang myself several times. I bought a pellet gun to shoot myself because I couldn't get a gun to, as you call it, eat a gun.
Did you ever try to poison yourself?
With Benadryl, yes. And also, I was just under recently of medical care, and I was given metformin for diabetes. And at one point, I swallowed the whole bottle of metformin.
That is a massive slip up.
Now, I think there was evidence that you remained in the house for up to 3 weeks after the day that changed your family's entire future. During that time, how many attempts did you make to take your own life?
I would have to go through them to count, because in my head I can't count them. Do you mind if I tell you?
Can we close your eyes for about 15 minutes about 15 seconds and try and formulate the answer?
Unconscious recollection, I can tell you I remember at least 8 times. However, since being here and through other diagnostic testing, I found out there were additional times, so 10 times, at least.
And was Benadryl the primary agent that you were trying to use?
Benadryl was one of the agents. There was also a knife I picked up. I saw my wife stab herself. How hard could it be to stab yourself? You gotta be freaking kidding me. You see a knife with a blade like this, and you want to instill that into your body? No way. I chickened out, yes. I tried other means. I tried at least 3 episodes of Benadryl.
And did you not keep it down or vomit, or what happened?
Benadryl, as you know, can make you sleepy, okay? The first time I took it, I didn't know what I was doing. I had no plan of this. I just wanted to be with my family. I woke up, I don't know when, how long. Obviously, I didn't take enough. Next time, I took a whole bunch of, the wall dry. I remember that distinctly because that stuff tastes horribly. But the children's, which is no different, it's just a better flavor. I took, I think it was equivalent of 5 glasses about this tall I had prepared, okay? I fell asleep before I finished it entirely. The last thing of Benadryl, which I took when going back and looking at the dates and whatever, it turned out the day before that they came to my house. I saw the aspect of the 12th on one of the phones. At that time, I took over 200 pills of Benadryl. Now, mind you, a normal dose of Benadryl is 2 pills. And I took 2 family-size liquid Benadryls. In order to stay awake, and also because I was feeling nauseous, I took a Mountain Dew and an energy drink. The energy drink to keep me up because I kept falling asleep, and the Mountain Dew so that I wouldn't throw this stuff up. I wanted this stuff in my system. I was so frustrated I couldn't kill myself.
In the crime scene photographs that were shown to the jury, there was a Huffy bicycle in a box.
Yeah.
And were you prepared to assemble that bike?
God, my babies. That was to be a Christmas present to my daughter. I hadn't picked up the boys' bikes yet because the boys were some of my best friends, and I could never say. I went over there that night to...
Ask your next question, Mr. Wesley.
Did you open the box? Did you assemble the bike?
I never made it there to assemble the bike. That's where I went that night, to assemble that bike.
There are also numerous Christmas gifts, wrapped Christmas gifts that were shown in either the photographs or in the inventory that was collected. Did you and your wife buy gifts and have gifts ready for Christmas for your children?
Yes, some of those gifts were ours. New bed set, not bed set, I apologize. Duvet cover and sheets and all that kind of stuff the boys picked up. There was even a dollhouse that we picked up for my daughter. It was her first dollhouse. And there was also presents there from the family that had been sent down, yes.
Mr. Todt, what could have prohibited Megan from killing your children?
I have no idea. We woke up that morning, she was pain-free. Everything was good. I took the opportunity to try to go over and put the bike together. I had no knowledge of this. I don't know what could have prevented it. I have no idea. And that's the biggest thing that affects me, is the fact that I didn't even see this coming. They say, blindsided. This was a blindside by like a Mack truck filled with dynamite.
Filled with Benadryl.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
collect yourself.
You have a tissue or something? I'm sorry. Deputies? Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Do you mind if I turn around real quick? Can I turn around?
Okay, IA seppuku is ritualistic suicide that a samurai would commit in Japan. You take a knife and you come into your gut and you go like you basically
Let's
cut a
prove.
little pattern out in your gut with a wakizashi as a means of honorable death. It's pretty It's a pretty nasty way to go, and you have to cut. You have to cut in a certain pattern. It's pretty nasty, and it's usually while it's going on, there's another guy behind you with the samurai sword who takes your head off.
Sometimes.
What the heck is this? What? I'm gonna. What the fuck is this nonsense? Come on. I'll try to find somewhere else real quick, guys. Hold on. Yeah, this is law and crime. This is sabotaging us. This is how they're going to get back at us.
Issues. stuff, some of which I have no idea what she was taking. Plus, she took this whole diet thing in which she would boil these mushrooms, in which she would do whole sorts of, there's so many things she would do.
Fuck you, long
Okay,
time.
so she
Get at me.
was engaging in holistic practices. would you say?
Holistic and religious and spiritual practice, that's correct.
Okay. And you said that Megan had
We're gonna
gotten
go back to the right one
diagnosed
now.
with,
That was her initial diagnosis, that's correct, and she had exacerbations. Like I told you before, the diagnosis.
my question was a yes or no question.
Which time?
The first time.
I didn't know her when she initially got diagnosed with Lyme. She initially got diagnosed the first time when I was in 2011 and went through exacerbations, up and down cycles, all depending on her condition of her health, condition of her physically, condition of her mentally, condition of her stress-wise, condition of her emotionally.
And did she get diagnosed with Lyme disease as a teen or in 2011?
Like I explained before, I guess you want to say the jury is out of whether or not you have Lyme disease or Lyme exacerbations coming back and forth. She
Okay.
got diagnosed initially.
I don't, you
The
can. I
jury
don't have
is
any
out,
other-
bro.
Allow me to
Come
finish,
on.
ma'am.
I don't have any other questions about that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wow. Wow, this is bad, guys. I'm sorry. This is hard not to talk. God, he needs to shut the fuck up. You gotta shut
Is
up.
it your
man. Shut up.
testimony that from 2011 until December of 2019, Megan was suffering?
From 2011 to
Yes.
2019?
Yes.
Off and on, yes. But she consistently had all the breathing issues, the pain, and the heart rate issues, all depending on how bad they were and how bad they were affecting her to the day.
Prior to the day of the deaths, had Megan been suffering?
Most definitely.
When was the most recent time that she had been suffering?
Like I told you, I woke up that morning, all of a sudden, she was pain-free. The night before, I had worked on her. I had worked on her continuously, every day, for over a year after she weaned from Zoe. Before she went to bed, when she woke up in the morning, to help with her pain, so that we can get her to the regular doctors. She had a doctor's visit scheduled for the Thursday after Thanksgiving, forgive me, I do not have the date, in which she canceled because she had said, there's no hope, there's nothing more that can be done.
Okay. So what kind of work did you do for Megan?
Did myofascial release, craniosacral, any type of relaxations that, my apologies, ma'am. Manual therapy in which I was trained under, different things I would go to school for, or continuing ed for, to help treat her. Stuff I've read about, stuff I've gone through, everything within my scope of practice.
I'm asking you what you specifically did. So if you were
I'm telling
going
you
to
what I did.
treat her,
Yep.
what were the different things that you did?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Okay? There's no cookbook recipe in physical therapy. It's treating her ailments and treating her pains.
Okay,
So
so you
whether
did
or
that.
not her liver was inflamed, I did myofascial release to help release the liver. She had digestive problems. I would do integrated manual therapy to help with those digestive problems. She had neck pain. I helped with her neck pain. She had relaxation issues and stress issues and heart rate issues and vagus nerve issues. I would help her desensitize that through craniosacral therapy. I would do anything she needed to get done to help her get better, to help her progress in her life.
When was the mother helpers hired?
The mother's helper hired was initially after Tyler was born to help here and there to bring the kids, bring my oldest son to C school. So that would have been 2010-ish, 2011-ish, but she was upped to more after she got sick to help provide through the assistance of her aunt, who helped finance her, and ourselves.
Okay. At what point was the mother's helper no longer necessary?
It was no longer never necessary. She had moved on to another career. We got another nanny, worker, that kind of stuff, which Megan and her did not get along with. Then she decided that warm weather was better, so she came down here. In many pleas to help get somebody else, we got a babysitter in which you You want to know the whole truth. I'm telling you the whole truth.
My question, at what point did you not have assisted help?
At what
Month
point?
and year?
After a year, let's see, we moved down here in 2014.
So it's-
No, I apologize. Nope. Full-time was after Zoe, so full-time was 2016, she came down here. After that, we had no help because she fired the babysitter that we had.
Okay. So was Megan the caregiver for the children during the week?
Through those couple days that I was away, yes.
And you mentioned the couple days that you were away. You still had a practice up in Connecticut at the time,
We
right?
had a practice in Connecticut, that's correct.
And isn't it correct that you would travel during the week up to Connecticut?
That's correct, as long as my wife's issues and my wife's health dictated such. There were times in which I would literally land, and I would get a phone call from my son or my wife that things were bad, and I'd hop on the first flight back.
Did that happen often?
It happened quite a bit.
And when you say things were bad, is this mentally, physically, what are you talking about?
All the above, from the miscarriage and bleeding, to the fact of her ripping the shelves off the wall and my boy was scared, to her breaking the dishes, to her not being able to get out of bed. And then as things progressed, and I found that my older son was preparing a lot more meals, before I would leave for the couple days I was gone, I would make sure that
Objection,
there was...
non-responsive.
Ask your next question.
You are a practicing, or you indicated you're a practicing Roman Catholic.
I am a practiced Roman Catholic trying to find, I'm a Christian based and migrated to more Christian based. However, I'm trying to find a church that suited me because Roman Catholic law did not.
Isn't it true that during your interview with Detective Miller, you indicated to Detective Miller that you were a forced Catholic?
Growing up, I was.
And at what point in time did Megan, and I'm asking for a year and a month, if you know, at what point in time did Megan begin seeking other religion alternatives?
In what regards, in what capacity do you speak of, ma'am?
You indicated that she initially was Catholic with you, and that she sought other religious alternatives.
Well, let
When
me-
did she do that?
Let me correct your chronology if I may. She came back and got confirmed because we were going to get married in a Catholic church. She was not a practicing Catholic at the time, except for going here and there and practicing Easter. Okay? When she got her yoga certification, she got introduced to this new gallery through one of the things. That was in
When?
2009. After she got sick in 2011, she progressed 2012, 2013 to gallery and Mirabai.
You said 2012 and 13?
Correct, after she got sick.
When did you become aware
When did I become aware of what?
that Megan was going towards this alternate religion?
When she told me. Initially, she would share her yoga certifications and her courses. And then in 2012, 2013, she would have me sit in on her teleconferences or whatever you want to call them. And I saw her progressing further and further away from medical towards the spiritual aspect.
Okay.
Excuse me for one second.
Going to the day that this happened, that you said you came home, where were you coming home from?
I had decided with my wife's conversation the night before that I would take the opportunity to go over, do some maintenance issues of the condo, and to put together my daughter's bike.
Okay, so did you leave the night before or in the morning?
The night before the morning of what, ma'am?
When you came home and said you found your children dead?
I left the night before, after dinner.
When?
After dinner?
What time?
Ma'am, I was on vacation. I don't know the time. I can tell you it was after dinner time because we sat there and I had my shake prepared and helped leftovers. I had gone over there and realized that my kids did not put the tools in my van, so I walked back and played basketball with them for a couple hours.
Okay, so did you finish dinner first?
I didn't eat dinner. My kids finished dinner, yes.
Did your children finish their entire dinner before you left?
They finished the dinner that was provided with them. I don't know if they ate afterwards.
You said it was your job to clean the kitchen. Did you clean the kitchen?
No.
So,
Leftovers, we throw stuff away. There was nothing to clean.
okay, so you didn't clean any, I don't understand what your job is to clean the kitchen if you didn't have.
Pots, pans, that kind of stuff. Nothing was there because we didn't cook. We had leftovers. We
Okay,
had,
okay.
What's it called? Hummus toast. Or They
Okay.
had hummus toast.
And you said you weren't hungry, or you?
I had a shake. I wasn't going to eat at the time. No.
Okay. And did Megan eat?
You know, I don't know.
And did you have one vehicle or two vehicles in Florida?
In Florida, one.
One vehicle. And that was the red van?
Yes.
And how long after dinner did you go over to the condo?
After dinner, it's hard to say, 30, 45 minutes after everything was completed. I was like, I'm going to sleep out. I took the van over because I was preparing to bring more stuff back from the condo to the house, kids' toys and that kind of stuff.
What kind of stuff did you have at the condo?
We have a whole second residence there. The kids' toys, my daughter's, there's a bunch of blocks. The kids wanted some of their books, some of their stuffed animals, some of that. Enough stuff I wasn't going to carry, so I was going to put it in the van.
When you moved to 202 Reserve Place, what did you take with you from the condo?
What did we take with the condo? Clothes,
Is that it?
maybe some dishware.
And how long had you bought the condo in 2005, right?
That's correct.
When did it become fully furnished?
The condo?
Yes.
Let's see, we bought it in July 2005, maybe August? No, I apologize. There was a renter in there, so October. October 2005.
Okay, so in October 2005, you fully furnished the condo.
The condo, that's correct.
Did you ever live there full-time?
What do you mean?
Did you ever live at the condo full-time?
My wife and I lived in the condo from October 2005, thereabouts, until July 2006, when we moved up to have my son in Connecticut, in which we bought that house up there and rented it out.
Did you ever move back into the condo?
Yes.
When?
Full-time, as in after selling the house, I think we sold the house in 2017 or 2018 in Connecticut. So, but my wife had started snowbirding. I want to say 2014, 2015, then she made it permanent in 2016 or 17.
During the time that you rented the condo, did you leave it fully furnished, or did you have renters furnish it?
We had renters furnish it. I moved all that stuff back up to Connecticut.
And on the night after dinner, is it your testimony that you got in the van and drove over to the condo?
Yes.
And the condo really wasn't that far from 202 Reserve Place, right?
No, because of one-way streets and all that, it took me 5 minutes.
Okay. So you get to the condo, what do you do when you get there?
I go in the back of the car to get my tool bag out that I asked the boys to put in, realized it wasn't there. So I walked back.
Did you ever make it up to the condo?
No,
And you tested, what do you do with the van?
left it there because I walked back to get the tool bag, in which I looked at the boys, I'm like, did you guys forget something? And they looked under the basketball hoop and they're like, oh, the van was locked. The tools are there. So we wrestled a little bit and they asked me to play basketball. I had a friend who always told me to take every opportunity to play with the kids because you never know when they're not going to play with you. So we played basketball for a while. We played horse. We played a whole bunch of basketball games.
For how long?
Ma'am, you're asking me, I don't know, sunlight's up longer here, hour and a half, I don't know.
Was it still sunny out when you left?
There was sun in the sky. I can't tell you what capacity. It was still light outside.
Okay. About what time did you usually eat dinner?
It depended on what activities there were. That night, probably about 5-ish, 5:30. Some nights at 8, some nights at 7. It all depended.
Okay, is it fair to say that the kids probably ate between 5 and 8?
It could have been 4:30, it could have been 4, all depending on activity. If they ate early, we had a later night snack.
Okay. So what happens after you play basketball?
I told the boys it was getting late. Megan had told me that she wanted to go to bed early that night because everybody had just gotten over the stomach bug and didn't want to be sick for Christmas.
Okay,
So I said, go into your mom. I'm going, good night. I'm going over, just remind mommy, I won't be home. I'll either be sleeping in the condo or the, what's it called? The studio apartment above the garage, because I was a bull in a china closet. You saw how big I was. I was a klutz.
did you often not sleep at home with your wife?
Yeah, when I traveled to Connecticut.
What about when you weren't in Connecticut?
Most of the time I slept with my wife. That night I said I would take the opportunity to go put together my bike, or my daughter's bike, fix the door, garbage disposal, run bleach down the air conditioner, normal maintenance stuff. And she didn't want me waking her up.
Okay, so how do you get back to the condo?
I walk.
And what tools do you bring with you?
It was a tool bag full of, there's, what they call socket wrenches, screwdrivers, a gross array of all tools. I had a utility bag.
Okay, so you carry the utility bag and you walk over to the condo, right?
I walk over to the van, that's correct.
So you walk to the van?
Yeah.
What do you do with the van?
I realized that the phone, what I realized it wasn't the phone, it was an iPod that was lacking in the charge. So I went in, knowing I didn't have a charger up in the condo. I had a car charger. So I sat in there, decided to take a rest because I was exhausted as I charged the phone.
Okay. So how long are you in the van?
I fell asleep.
What kind of phone charger did you have in the van?
It's a plug into the, what's it called? Cigarette lighter thing.
Did you have a phone charger back at 202 Reserve Place?
Oh yeah, that's where they all were.
So how long are you sleeping in the van?
I woke up by the sunshine the next morning.
So you slept the entire night in the van?
I'm sure I woke up at one point or another and went back to sleep. It was not uncurrent. I used to fall asleep in the pickup line to pick up my kids at school.
Okay, so did you sleep in the front seat, the passenger
Front driver's seat.
Front driver's seat, okay. Did you ever go inside the condo?
Nope, never made it up there. Because I woke up and realized the sun was up, so obviously it was later than the 4 o'clock I usually woke up to treat my wife. And I didn't want to be in the doghouse, but with her waking up and being in pain and me not being there and not being able to provide for her.
Okay, so what time did you wake up?
Sunlight was up. What time sunrise in Florida?
So do you drive back to 202 Reserve Place or do you walk?
I walked.
Okay, so why did you drive over to Longview Avenue in the first place then?
As I repeated, which I said, I was bringing stuff back from the condo that were of my kids that they wanted back. Obviously, I'm not going to carry a whole bag of whatever in my hands, so I brought the van to load in all the blocks, load in some of the kids' their Lego toys, bring back some of the stuffed animals.
Okay. So you get back and now it's daylight.
The sun is up, yes.
And which door of the house you go into?
Back door.
So you go in the back door and what do you do?
Go to pee. After I walked through the kitchen and saw the remnants of everything.
Okay, so you see everything still on the table, you pass the bathroom to go upstairs, right?
No, I went to the bathroom downstairs.
Okay, I thought earlier you testified that you went upstairs to go to
After
the
I went to the bathroom. What I testified was I went to the bathroom, then went upstairs to meet my wife.
Okay. So at what point did she come to the top of the stairs then?
When I came out of the bathroom downstairs, she must have heard motion. She was at the top of the stairs.
Okay. So were the doors to the library open or closed?
Don't know, didn't see him.
Is the library not close to the stairs?
The library is past the stairs, that's correct. But when you have to pee, you have to pee.
Well, you're standing at the bottom of the stairs looking up at Megan at the stairs. You can't see the doors to the library?
Ma'am, can you see that gentleman back there?
Mike, You don't ask me questions, I ask you questions. Can you see the door to the library when you're standing at the stairs looking up at Megan?
No,
Okay. And you're engaging with Megan, and what is Megan's demeanor? Not what she says, what is she doing and how is she appear to you?
she's standing at the top of the stairs. She has tears in her eyes and said, "You're alive."
Okay. And what is she wearing?
She's wearing my gray Hydra Works shirt, which is something she usually slept in. And she's wearing some kind of pants of some sort. She had clothes on.
And did she have any injuries at that point?
Ma'am, she was standing there. She was fine. I don't know. I hugged her, kissed her, told her, "I'm sorry I'm late." Asked her
Okay,
where the
so what
kids were.
happens next?
I go into the bedroom because I wasn't feeling well, and she wanted to talk to me in the bedroom.
Okay. And what happens next?
We start communicating, and like I said, when I woke up, I felt nauseous anyways. And I don't know if it was because of the nauseous I woke up with or what she was telling me. I puked.
Okay. And so are you in the master bathroom?
That's correct.
And where's Megan?
You know, she's somewhere behind me.
So you don't know?
She's talking within voice distance. I can't tell if she's this distance away or she's this distance away.
Is she in the bathroom?
Like I said, I can't tell. You're asking me specific. She's in the room someplace.
So if you don't know, your answer is I don't know. Do you know if Megan's in the bathroom?
I do not know if the Megan's in the bathroom.
Okay. But Megan is talking to you.
That's correct.
And after you're done in the bathroom, where do you go?
Do you want the whole chain of events or do you want?
Which room of the house do you go into after you leave the bathroom?
Zoe, I go into my master bedroom, then walk through the door into the hallway and walk into Zoe's room.
And is Alek and Tyler's door open?
That I don't recall, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Why did you go to Zoe's room?
Because she said she said the kids were dead. And Zoe was my little angel. That's the first one I went to.
So when you get into Zoe's room, what do you see?
There's a pillow on her head. There's a hand. And there's covers on top of her. She's laying on her mattress on the floor. The mattress is on the floor. She's laying on her mattress.
What do you do?
I went over to her. I uncovered her mouth, uncovered her face with a pillow. She had told me that she had stabbed the kids. So of course I looked for blood. I looked for anything. Looked for any sign of life. There was nothing. I turned back to her and I said, "I thought you stabbed her." She says, "I thought I did. I didn't know." It bounced off of her.
Okay. So after you discover Zoe, what do you do?
I went to the bathroom and picked up a washcloth. Her mouth was open. Her eyes were open. She looked uncomfortable. It's my normal demeanor to help put my kids in rest. Don't ask me why I did it. I was trying to close her eyes.
Okay, so where's Megan when you're doing
Somewhere
this?
behind me. She was following me, talking to me. At one point, she was standing in the doorway, talking to me from the doorway to me because I was asking her. I said, "I thought you stabbed the kids."
Okay, so you said you had charged your phone the night before. Did you have your phone?
I said I plugged it in and attempted to charge. Little did I know that the charger was not a direct charger. It had to have the engine on. The battery never charged. And I also found out that phone wasn't an active phone. That was a phone that we used for things. So no, it was not charged and it was not a technical phone.
Okay. Were there other phones in the house?
There were other possessions of phones in the house, but Megan hid them and would not tell me where she hid them.
So it's your testimony that you could not have called anybody.
That's correct. I didn't have a phone.
And it's daylight, right?
Yep.
Okay. Is it during the week? Is it on the weekend?
It's on a day that the sun was up. I do not know the days. The only isolation of days I've been given is from a receipt that I saw up there.
Okay, so my question is it during the week or during the weekend? So your answer is what?
A day that sun was up. That's all I know.
And after you finish with Zoe, what do?
Megan was standing there trying to plead with me to talk. She kept bringing up the story of Thomas, the disbeliever, because she wanted me to believe what she was doing. Brushed her out of the way, and I went to Alek's room.
And who was in Alek's room?
Alek.
Where was Tyler?
Tyler was found downstairs.
And was Tyler in the library?
Yes.
So Alek, which bed was Alek's?
Alex was the one, when you walk into the room, you walk in from the door, you have a square bookcase headboard thing. His was the one on this wall. Tyler's was the one on that wall.
Okay. And what'd you find in Tyler's room? Or
Alek's room?
In Alek and Tyler's room.
Yeah. Alek was on his back, pillow over his head, covers over him, and there was blood.
How much blood?
Enough that I noticed, I can't really tell you, because I pulled back the blankets. The shirt had some blood on it, and there was blood on the abdomen.
Was there blood on the blankets?
Didn't inspect it. My goal was to see if they were alive, and my goal was to see what the hell happened.
Okay.
My language.
So after you see Alek, do you go downstairs to Tyler?
No, I actually do the same thing with the washcloth. His eyes were open, and his mouth was gently slack, looked uncomfortable. Normal father thing is to relax their head and relax, and I was just providing them comfort.
Okay. So after you do this with Alek, where do you go?
Tyler.
Okay.
I confirmed with Megan that Tyler was downstairs. Once again, brushed her aside as she's trying to convince me to see things in her light. I told her to leave me the hell alone, and I went down the stairs.
Okay. Do you immediately go into the library?
I opened the door to go into the library, yes.
So the library door was closed.
That I found out when I went downstairs, yes.
So there's a couch in the library, right?
Yeah, among shelves and a carpet and some toys, yes.
I'm just talking about the couch. Is that couch a pull-out couch?
Yes, it is.
So when you go in there, is the couch pulled out?
He's sleeping on the bed at a pull-out couch, yes.
And what do you find with Tyler?
Tyler's on his back, hand out to the side, blankets over him, pillow over his face, and when I remove the blankets, there's blood there.
Okay. And do you do the same thing with the washcloth with Tyler?
Unfortunately, I didn't go to the bathroom to what's it called, refresh it. It was just on me.
Okay. And where's Megan?
She's, at that point, standing at the library door, pleading with me to talk.
At that point, did Megan have anything?
She has some kind of, we have metal glasses, cups. She's had that and she was drinking something.
When this is all happening and after you finish with Tyler, where do you go?
Megan at that point had gone up to the bedroom already, and I went up there and told her she needed to get help. I don't care what happened. I don't care what she did. Get help. I will take responsibility. I will do whatever it needs. Please go to the hospital. Tell me where the phones are, because I'd asked her for the phones were initially, and she goes, I'm not telling you.
Okay. And this conversation is happening where
In the master bedroom.
in the master bedroom? Okay. And where is Megan at when you're having this conversation?
Fluid throughout the bedroom and the bathroom, going back and forth. At one point, I went into the bathroom because there was a Benadryl bottle on the floor. And I went into the bathroom and found a garbage bag in which I threw the Benadryl away as I'm looking for the phones.
Okay. And is Megan just kind of walking around? Is she following you? What is she doing?
At that point, she's standing at the side of the, when I left her to go throw the Benadryl bottle away and look for the phones, she was standing at the side of the bed,
On which side?
on her side.
On her side of the bed. So that would be the right side, right?
If you're looking from the foot of the bed, that is correct.
Okay. And does she still have this cup in her hand?
The cup is being up to herself, back down. When I left, the cup was still in her hand,
Okay. Where did you go?
into the bathroom.
So you're in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Are you at the vanity? Are you in little stall where the toilet is? Are you in the closet? Where in the bathroom are you?
I'm bouncing around all place, in the closet and around looking for the phones.
Okay, so you're looking for the phones, you're not using the bathroom.
At that point, no.
And Megan is within the master bedroom, master bathroom.
No, she's in the master bedroom.
She's in the master bedroom. So when you're standing in your master bathroom, can you see in the bedroom?
I can see partial in the bedroom,
What part of the bedroom can you see if you're in the bathroom?
as shown on the photos, if I may reference that.
Yeah.
I could see the green chair and the, what are they called? My mom used to call it a hope chest, but we had a,
The chest at the foot of the bed?
yes.
Okay. So you can see that view from the bathroom. Is Megan within your view?
No, she's standing by her when I left her, she's standing by the end table on her side of the bed.
Okay. And how long are you in the bathroom?
Don't know. A few minutes.
What happens when you come out of the bathroom?
As I'm walking out of the bathroom, I hear a sound that is similar to a balloon, you know, like you rub a balloon, like a, at which point I poke my head out, as we're coming out, and I see her laying on her back, stabbing herself.
Where at? Is she in the bed? Is she on
She's
the
laying
floor?
on her back, on her side of the bed, with her head on the pillow, laying on her back, on top of sheets, with the knife in her abdomen.
What color was the knife?
The knife was the only knife that was there, was a green buck knife that I bought for the kids as a Christmas present as part of their fishing lures.
Okay, so she has a green knife.
That's correct.
Is she right-handed or left-handed?
Green handled knife.
Green-handled knife. Is she right-handed or left-handed?
She's right-handed.
And which hand was on the knife?
Both hands were on the knife.
Both hands were on the knife.
Yes.
And you said that the knife was in her abdomen
Yes.
when you came out of the bathroom.
Yes.
What'd you do?
I stood there in shock. And I said, "What the hell are you doing?" And at that point, she says, "I'm doing what I did to the boys. I'm trying to get my inferior vena cava." She said, "I'm doing what I did to the boys, trying to get my inferior vena cava."
Did you go for help?
I went over to my wife and pleaded for
To
her
get to her
to tell me where the phones were.
inferior vena cava
asked
from
me
her
not to
abdomen,
leave her. She
she'd
did
have to
not
be
leave
like
the
reaching
boys.
up inside herself with that knife.
So my question is, did you go for help, yes or no?
The answer is no.
After Megan dies, how long, what do you do? What do you do?
Well, we skipped over quite a bit there. I don't know if you want to go through everything or not.
What did you do after Megan died?
What did I do? I yelled out the window to see if anybody was around to help. There was some weird sound coming from her mouth. I thought she was breathing. I started CPR after I wiped her mouth off with that gray pillow.
Okay, so she stabs herself once or twice?
Like I said before, she stabbed herself a cumulative times of twice.
Okay. And these are right after each other?
That is no.
Okay, so what happens?
She stabbed herself the first time. I sat there pleading with her to allow me to find the phones, to allow me to leave her to go get help. My loyalty is to my wife. She did not want to be alone. I thought if I stood there, she said she was going through the inferior vena cava. I have medical experience to know that one of those major arteries will bleed out quickly. In the area of the house, we liked the house rental because there was no one around. Neighbors weren't there. Most of the neighbors around us were snowbirds. If I left her, I thought she was going to die. I thought in my decision-making, the best chance was for her to tell me where the phones were. At one point, I hate to say I annoyed her. I was trying to convince her, trying to talk into her language, saying, obviously the universe doesn't want you to go. She says, I want to be with my kids. I need to be with my kids. So I leave.
Objection, non-responsive. What do you do after Megan dies?
Like I said, I yell out the front window of our bedroom for anybody. Help, 202, please. I don't know where the phones are. I hear some kind of weird breathing, some kind of weird air exchange, something. No heartbeat. They never went over that in CPR class. But you know what? I was trying anything. So I started CPR chest compressions. And when I didn't see her breathing, I would do mouth compressions. I didn't care about the blood. I didn't care about all that.
What do you do
Mouth
after this?
compressions? Jeez.
At what point are you referencing?
What do you do the rest of the day? It's the morning. What do you do the rest of the day?
I literally broke down there and cried. Don't ask me how long, because I have no idea how long. I was in a state of confusion. I was in a state of whatever. I couldn't help my wife pass. I felt a failure. I wasn't there the night my kids were died. I felt a failure. I decided that I wanted to be with my family, that I wanted to die, that I deserved to die. I condemned myself to death. I was ashamed.
What did you do?
I sat there and cried for a while. At some point that I realized now, after seeing the receipt up there, I decided I was going to go and get a gun. At some point, as the receipt said, on 12/18, I went and purchased that first pellet gun. After I inquired of purchasing a gun to find out that there's a 3-day rule in Florida. I've never purchased a gun before. I purchased that gun, which was a pellet gun, that I was planning to give my kids, my boys, a Christmas present with. I
What
left
kind
and
of
came
gun?
back.
What kind of gun were you trying to buy?
Any gun they would sell me.
Did you try and buy a shotgun?
No, I tried to buy, I was trying to buy handguns. I inquired with them. I didn't inquire on a specific model. I said, I've never bought a gun before. How do I go about buying a gun?
Are you aware that the wait period doesn't apply to a shotgun?
Ma'am, I've never bought a gun before.
Well, you inquired about buying a gun, right?
I inquired about buying a gun.
So this trip to Academy happened after everybody in your family was dead.
That's correct.
So on 12/18, the day of that receipt, everybody in your family was dead.
That's correct.
And was everybody in your family alive for the awards banquet on December 14th of 2019?
That was a Saturday, correct?
It was the day of the awards, the day that Alek and Tyler got awards.
Yes, they were both attendants. They played the recital.
Okay. So how soon after their deaths did you go to Academy?
Well, if that was the 14th, I went the 18th, so that was 4 days later.
So how soon after they died did you go to Academy?
I don't know timeline. I know sun was up, and I went over. Could it have been the same day? Most likely.
Okay. So did you go anywhere else besides Academy?
On that day?
Between December 18th that day and January 13th, where did you go?
I went to CVS for Benadryl,
How many times?
I think twice. And I also went to Walgreens for Benadryl, for that wall dry.
How many times?
Well, considering wall dry was disgusting, only once. That I remember.
Did you go anywhere else?
I picked up food, a Glumke, one night at Publix.
Anywhere else?
Wait, so he goes out and gets like takeout after
Not
his
that I
family
recall.
dies?
Did you go to
Jeez.
Sarasota?
No. There was no way I could drive to Sarasota.
Did you leave your phone at a
Academy
Starbucks in
does sell
Sarasota?
guns, Charles.
If I didn't go to Sarasota, I didn't leave my phone.
So you're denying that you went to Starbucks in Sarasota?
In Sarasota, that's correct.
And so you never went to the beach in Sarasota?
No, it was over 2 hours away. There was no way I could drive.
And you did see the interview that was played yesterday, right?
Correct, I did see the interview.
And you did speak with the detective more than one time, right?
That's what they tell me.
You're denying this knowledge?
Ma'am, I don't remember talking to the interview that day.
So You don't remember talking to the detective on January 15th of 2020?
Last thing I remember was falling down the stairs and saying, "You hold on to somebody in custody, deputy." Next thing I knew, I woke up in jail. I thought I was in purgatory with the red floor and the bright sky.
Okay, so, you discussed a lot of information, wouldn't you agree, in the January 15th, 2020 interview?
From what I saw, yes, and from what I read, yes.
And you adequately discussed Megan's health conditions that you were aware of, correct?
Correct, the ones that she suffered for the previous 8 years with, yes.
And you also spoke about various trips to academy.
That's what I said, yes.
And you went to academy at some point as well to purchase a longer knife?
That's correct.
And isn't it true that you also said in the interview, you spoke about the note that was left?
That's correct.
And you told law enforcement that you printed it after Megan's death?
Correct.
And you testified here today that that wasn't true?
That's correct.
And that wasn't the first time you told that to law enforcement, was it?
Well, actually, let me correct the facts on that case, please, if you may. The initial note was the one I didn't print out. The note I found in my pocket after, which is the note Meg printed out, that I found in my pocket after I urinated myself in the garage after one hallucination and drank what I thought was coffee, but I'm pretty sure it was motor oil. I went into the house, stripping, and found the note in my pocket.
Which note?
The note Megan had left.
What was on that note?
On that note was essentially, I didn't read this note, but from what I recall, it said we did it as a family, which she referred to as family lineage. I had a different relationship, a different definition of family. And the other thing was where she wanted her ashes. At the bottom of that note, it said, "Tony, I love you forever. Please forgive me."
What'd you do with it?
What did I do with that?
Yeah.
I took it out of my urine-soaked pants and retyped it because I wanted my residual family, or my leftover, the family that was alive, to keep the knowledge that we were a family unit, and I wanted my wife to know, I want my wife's wishes known where she wanted the ashes buried. She wanted to be buried with her father, where we released the ashes at Harkness.
Was Megan's note handwritten or typed?
It was typed.
And did you ultimately throw it away?
I ultimately put it in there was a fan box in the kitchen. After I typed it, and I typed a second one that was, when I retyped it, there was some errors in it, so I put the urine-soaked one and the one with errands in it in that fan box. After I fixed the door with my father-in-law who died in 2002.
So, was this the same day that you came home?
No.
That this note was, when did you find this note?
When did I find the note in my pocket?
Yes.
After I woke up after one of my suicide attempts of Benadryl that I ended up in the garage. I can't tell you, sometime after Christmas.
Was this note in a pair of pants, in a shirt?
It was in my black shorts.
In your shorts?
Yeah, one of two pair that only fit me.
So you only had 2 pairs of shorts that fit you?
I had 2 pair of black shorts.
So you only had 2 pairs of shorts that fit you?
I had 2 pair of black shorts and a pair of khaki shorts.
And how often did you wear these shorts?
When I went back to, I had a pair of Umbro shorts too. But those were the 2 dress shorts I had,
So how often did you wear them?
daily.
And you never discovered this note in your pocket before?
Ma'am, I can't tell you I changed. You saw the condition of my hair, you saw the condition of my face. I can't tell you what I did. I was on autopilot.
Okay. So you actually, the note that was left on the green chair is something that you actually authored?
I actually edited, that's correct.
Okay. And you printed it out
That's correct.
and you left it on the green chair?
Actually, I gave it to my mother who was sitting in the green chair for her to read.
Your mother was there?
Oh, my mother was there, my father-in-law died in 2002, my aunt that died in 2013. Quite a few people were there.
Okay. So
Now
In
he's
your
faking
interviews-
crazy. Now he's trying to fake it.
You describe in detail how you take the lives of each one of your children, correct?
That's what the video showed, yes.
And you indicated in the video that you began with Zoe, correct?
That's correct.
And that you went in, this was after you and Megan had an agreement and you spoke about various websites and all of this research that you did, and you're sitting here today saying that that's not the case.
That is not the case. Megan told me the order she killed the kids.
Okay.
Megan did research, would send things over. Did I research? Yes, I researched for years on my wife's illness. Okay? Now, as you're aware of through your experience, people believe they're Hitler.
Did you conduct any research that you told detectives that you conducted?
On which subject, ma'am?
Did you go to Quora.com?
Yeah, that was a normal website I went to.
And did you Google different knife techniques?
Yes, because I had under my suspicion that the fact, well, I found the website on Megan's phone after I initially found that, after I found the phones. And I also looked up other ways to kill myself.
And my question now is, did you watch numerous videos about going to the afterlife?
I watched numerous videos with my wife about alien and her alien, what's it called? I don't want to call it an infatuation, but she believed in UFOs, aliens. Those are the videos. I've never seen a video about her afterlife. I've only,
So everything that you told the detectives, the multiple times that you spoke to them, is not true.
number one. don't
Yes or
remem-
no? What you told detectives about you conducting the research with Megan and watching all of these videos on the afterlife is not true, yes or no?
I did not watch videos on the afterlife.
And is it true that the multiple times that you spoke to detectives, that you told detectives that you went into Zoe's room, you gathered the courage, and you rolled over on top of your daughter until she suffocated? Isn't
Yeah.
that what you told law enforcement?
Is this a yes or no question, or do you want the answer?
Yes or no question?
That is what the video, yes, showed.
And your testimony here today is that Megan did it.
Megan killed Zoe.
And you told the detectives multiple times that after Zoe, you went to Alek's room. And Alek was your oldest son, correct?
That's correct.
And Alek was 13 years old and he was the strongest, right?
That is incorrect, ma'am.
Who's the strongest?
Tyler is downstairs.
Okay, so you go to Alek's room next because Alek's upstairs.
That's correct.
Right? And you told law enforcement on multiple occasions that you went into Alek's room and you stabbed Alek and you suffocated Alek. Isn't that correct?
That's partially correct.
And isn't it true that you initially told law enforcement multiple times that Megan was in there during that killing?
That's what the video showed, yes.
And isn't it true that you also told law enforcement that Megan took part in the killing?
That's what the video showed, that's correct.
And that in fact, Megan held Alek's legs down while you suffocated Alek?
That's what the video showed, that's correct.
And your testimony today is that that is not true?
My testimony today is the fact that Megan killed her kids and killed herself.
Okay. So next, you told law enforcement that you went to Tyler's room.
No.
Well,
I
actually
went to the
not
library.
Tyler's room, you went to the library,
That's correct.
right? And that you had to be fast when you killed Tyler, correct?
Most definitely, he was the fastest and strongest kid.
So he's the fastest and strongest kid, and you told law enforcement that you were afraid he was gonna get away, right?
That's what Meg told me, yes.
That's not my question. You told law enforcement
Oh, yeah, on
multiple
the video.
times that Tyler was fast and he was.
You saw the video, and you saw the video also of saying I said things that have been proven incorrect.
That's not responsive.
That is
to my
actually a
question.
good point.
Actually, it is, but
Yes
go ahead.
or no?
You didn't say yes or no, ma'am. I
Yes
apologize.
or no?
Thank you.
Did you tell law
He got ya.
enforcement that you had to kill Tyler quickly because he was the fastest?
That's what I told you, law enforcement. That is correct.
And you also told law enforcement, yes or no, that Megan had to stand on the other side of the door just in case.
That's what the video showed.
And after you were done with Tyler, you and Megan go upstairs, or you meet Megan in the master bedroom, and you console yourselves, right? Yes or no?
That's what the video showed.
And you actually told this to law enforcement multiple times. It's not just what the video told, correct?
Ma'am, video, that's what I said. I don't remember anything after I left the house till I got to jail. So I'm refuting, I'm going on your premise that that video is correct.
Okay. Well, that is you in the video, right?
It's a sickly version of me, yes. It's an
And-
emotionally disturbed video of me, yes.
And that's you talking, right?
That is me talking, that's correct.
Okay.
Thank God I
So-
didn't tell you I assassinated
There's no
Kennedy.
question. So after that, you tell law enforcement, yes or no, that you and Megan get Breezy, the dog, to come up onto the bed, correct?
That's what the video showed.
And that at that point in time, you suffocated Breezy and took Breezy's life.
That's what the video showed. The truth of the matter is, the only thing I saw,
There's no question.
you didn't answer yes or no, so I said no.
So, yes or no, it was after this that you told law enforcement that Megan decided that she had to go next and she stabbed herself, right?
I don't know the rules to this question, ma'am. Can you repeat it, please?
Sure. Yes or no, the next thing that you told law enforcement happened was that Megan needed to kill herself and she stabbed herself, right?
By what the video showed? Yes.
And you were present or at home when Megan stabbed herself 2 times.
Correct.
And that you actually testified in the video and you told law enforcement that you tried to help Megan bleed out more quickly by doing these different physical therapy techniques.
I didn't see that in the video, ma'am.
So you didn't tell law enforcement that?
Ma'am, you're asking me on the video what I
I said,
told.
did you tell law enforcement?
Which point?
At any point, did you tell law enforcement that you tried to help Megan bleed quickly so that she would die by doing your physical therapy techniques?
Can I tell you what I told the law enforcement by the transcripts that have been provided for me?
What'd you tell law enforcement?
I told them I provided myofascial release to help facilitate blood flow. It's a technique that you do not do. It's a technique that I did over her liver to help her with digestive issues. You do not do myofascial release to help blood flow. It doesn't help blood flow.
Okay. Isn't it true that you told law enforcement that at some point you took a pillow and put it over Megan's head until she suffocated?
That's what the video showed, yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
In case you were all wondering, that is not how you defend yourself on the stand. Oh my god. He's not special needs, he's just a cocky, self-assured asshole.
12/30/2008.
And he would have been 11.
Yes.
And based upon your testimony and the statements that you made to law enforcement, he was dead before his birthday, right?
Christmas, that's correct.
And did Tyler get, like, birthday cards or anything from family?
Sure.
You
They're
don't-
very good at that.
You don't remember?
There's a lot I don't remember, ma'am.
Do you remember cashing a check that was for Tyler's birthday? And, I have no further question.
Thank you. Be direct.
Mr. Toth, who killed your family? You were not involved. Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Todt, you may step down and join your attorneys at council table.
Thank you.
Wow. Holy God. God, that was bad. God can't save you now, bro. God can't save you now. God, that was awful. No, he's not special needs. He's just a dickhead.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch recess. As always, please do not discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please do not conduct any independent research. Please discontinue watching or reading any media reports or any information that you may receive outside the courtroom. We will resume at 1:30 with the case. 1:30 this afternoon. Have a pleasant lunch. Thank you.
All right, adjourned.
Parties may be seated. All right, anything we need to talk about before taking our lunch recess? Defense?
Yes, sir.
State?
I have, did you get the exhibits, Mark? No.
What? What I do?
All right, I'll ask that the defense counsel remain behind. Please pre-mark what exhibits you anticipate and let's allow the state an opportunity to
I'm
take
not
a
sure,
look
but I'm
at
glad
that.
everybody's laughing.
We're going to be in recess until 1:30. Thank you.
Your Honor, close the recess at 1:30.
No, death penalty's off the table from what I understand, guys. Oof. Well, yeah, yeah, that's not how you take the stand in your own defense. That is not how you do it. Ooh-wee. He got very combative when he was getting cut off. You could see him getting pissed off. I thought he was going to snap up there. He goes and buys a pellet gun and he's trying to kill himself and he can't do it. And, ooh, God, I can't believe anybody buys that nonsense. His wife stabs herself in the gut to try to touch her, one of the major veins in her body. It sounds like a guy who wanted to be a doctor but couldn't do it. Ooh, wow, we're loud. We're loud. I'm going to turn that down on my end. Lil Miss, I'm not sure what part you're talking about. Which part you couldn't hear what did he say, but yeah, that was not good at all, guys. That was awful, 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 awful. Yeah, he's definitely helping himself. Yeah, I think they didn't want him testifying either, but, the issue, once you already confess, I mean, how much worse can you make it at that point? Yeah, so, yeah. Kennedy, Hitler, it's all coming full circle. Oof. Yeah, that was... Yes, every time he talked, I'm sure he hurt himself. Also, hey, Road Dog, glad to see you're here. I know you checked in. I saw Shannon. Hi, how you doing? But yeah, oof. This is just not good. Not good for business. Also, hello, Dirk. Yeah, I look dapper. I'm about to dump all this, though, because I am done for the day. Found I don't need to go anywhere else, so... tomorrow I will be in the office, so... tomorrow and Friday I will be in the office, so it'll be a different, setup. So... Oh... Can you get CLE's performance how not to prepare your client for testimony? I wish I could get CLEs for that, but at least not right now. Also, I was a little upset you guys didn't see me stab myself with my katana, my wooden katana earlier. Nobody responded, so I was a little let down by you guys. New poll. Oh, I gotta see what the poll is for you guys right now. Okay, 32 votes. 9%. The wife did it. I mean, yeah, it's possible. You know, she stabbed him, and then she wrapped all the bodies up in blankets. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, I don't believe him either. You know, some people open-minded. You know what? I will say this much. If you're truly still open-minded, my hat is off to you because you are a better person than I can ever hope to be. Also, Dirk, I don't know if I said hello to you, but hello. Cameron, hello. I didn't see hi earlier. Yeah, if you guys want to take a break for lunch, you can. I don't think we're going to miss much. I don't know how long he said. Maybe an hour? Not sure. So, yeah. You know, and actually, I'm going to do this now, and this is better than OnlyFans because I'm not charging you for it. There, it's like OnlyFans, except you didn't have to pay. Yeah, in this case, since he already spilled the beans, remember, this is why you do not talk to the police. I'll try the clap thing. Do not talk to the cops. Don't talk to them. Please. Because then you got to go up there and do stuff like this and you look like a lunatic. Oh no, this is worse than Demolition Derby. This is like, this is worse than a Demolition Derby. You can catch up to us, little miss. You're all set. You want to catch up all the way. Well, when the cops find the bodies in your house, you're not free to go. You still shut up. Yeah. Exactly. Do not talk to the cops. Oh, gosh. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, you know what? We'll do the promo right now. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Potentially Criminal. My name's Sean Martin. I'm a defense attorney in Cleveland, Ohio. Hold on here. Yeah, you know, we'll start all over again. We'll try that again. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Potentially Criminal. My name's Sean Martin. I'm a defense attorney in Cleveland, Ohio. And on this channel, we cover many topics in criminal law. Anything that's popped up in the news, general legal education, or if you're watching this, a trial. We'll cover it, we'll talk about it. Generally speaking, I let the trial run its course, and then when there's breaks or recesses, I like to give my commentary and thoughts on what's going on.
What are you, retarded?
In addition to the trial streams and videos that I produce, I also do a weekly stream every Thursday night at 9:30. In that stream, we cover topics that have occurred during the week and anything else people may bring up on their own. Now, the reason why you're watching this instead of listening to me talk to you in person is I am a full-time attorney. So if you're watching this, I'm probably in court. So if you like what you see here, please give me a like, please give me a subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. And until next time, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. All right. Oh, Lomas, you can vote. He already admitted to the police that he killed them all, so, and they already played that confession on trial, so he's toast. He already admitted to doing it, now he's claiming he did not do it. So, does not matter, you're fine. Looks like Husel is still out for trial. Wanted to fill you guys in on that. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, that takes a lot to actually die from Benadryl. I mean, long term, that can give you liver damage, and it can actually give you like brain lesions if you take it over the course of repeatedly over the course of decades, like on a frequent basis. But I've never heard of being able to overdose like that on it. So I think there's a little bit of bullshit there, I think. So let's see here. What else is going? Yeah, you guys. Let's just I'll keep the poll rolling for a bit. See how this goes. I did want to say something earlier, and I did not have the chance to fully comment. Oh, verdict watch, Husel. It's weird. They have these questions, but it's not. They're not coming out. I wonder if they're answering questions in chambers outside of the courtroom, but they're still on the record. So I'm not sure what's going on with Husel. They might just be asking stupid questions like, but generally speaking, anytime the jury has a question, attorneys should know. So I wonder if they go in the back and they're talking in chambers about the questions, which could be entirely possible and legitimate. It's just not on the record there. Still nothing from Husel. I'm assuming Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's at lunch as well. Oh, not yet. They're still going. So, yeah, I'm not really sure what to say right now, guys. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I need to call the court in New Jersey to try to... Actually, I'm going to do that. So, Guys, I'm going to be gone for a little bit. I'm going to try to, well, you know what? How about we look together? Let's see if we can find the court order for New Jersey and see what we can find about for Michael Barrisone. How about we do that? That should be fun. So let's go to Come With Me. You know, I can show you a world. Hopefully of me just ripping Law and Crime's balls off and feeding them to them. So let's see. Oh, okay, actually, wait, hold on. Let's get your idea of the state seal. Oh, you must have already seen what I said. Um, um, Thanks, guys. Anyways, that is Virginia's seal, as Cameron brought up. I mean, that's pretty epic. You know, killing a bad guy, sic semper tyrannis, thus always to tyrants. I mean, what's not to like? What's not a guy holding a huge dog? um, no, so Virginia's got a pretty cool state seal, and Tennessee has the best state song. In Rocky Top, they talk about killing revenue agents going to look for a moonshine still. So, yeah, pretty interesting. Does not look like John Wilkes Booth. Oof. All right. So let's share. So, yeah, guys, let's go look for what's going on with New Jersey and see if we can find something there. I think it'll be great. Let's look to the world of New Jersey court systems together. I'll be Aladdin, like I sang. I'll be Aladdin. You guys can all be Jasmine, like a collective Jasmine. Oh, I should probably share this with you guys. We need to share, because if we're not sharing, if I can't show you that world and I'm not sharing with you, we won't get anywhere. So, municipal court search. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, rest in peace, Gilbert Gottfried. Yeah, I know, Iago. Yeah, that's very timely too, I'm singing Aladdin and, poor Iago. He's Afflecking his way up to heaven as we speak. Godspeed. Okay, let's see here. New Jersey courts, independence, integrity, fairness, and quality service. Let's see if we can do the quality service today. Not too fast. Record keeping system for Superior Court, Law Division, Chancery Division. Wow. I forgot. They have, out on the East Coast, since the 13 colonies, Chancery is like an old school type of court. They don't do it the same way as they used to back in the day, but, yeah. Okay, so I know it's a county court. It's not Superior Court, from what I understand. And it was Morris County. What's a vicinage directory? Okay. Court divisions, criminal division. Let's try this. Okay. Huh. I think I'm going to have to call them. Because this is not very helpful. Yes, Cameron's going Alek. But, yeah. Going back to this Cameron, he thought it was a guy holding his dog. He's holding a sword. It's just cool. No other state's got a logo where they're killing somebody. But, yeah. Poor Yago and Alek. I'm not sure where I go from here except to call these people. Yeah. So you know what, guys? I'm gonna... Well, actually, I gotta re-verify that's the right county for him. Okay, here we go. Morristown. Okay. Helen State's... Oh, State Superior Court. Ah. Okay, so, it said State Superior Court in Morristown. Alright, so... Morristown, New Jersey is in Morris County. Okay, so I was right place, but kind of wrong. Let's try Superior Court. Okay. In the central office. Okay, so here we are, Superior Court clerks. Trial courts at the local level, county. Oh, a vicinage is like a circuit court, which is a court management region consisting of multiple counties. God, this is weird. Jeez, these guys make it so hard. Really, it does not need to be this hard to do. Subscriber agreement. Oh, God, I gotta get, like... I don't know, I'm gonna have to call them, I think. Maybe I'll call them in a bit. I mean, really? That's it? Did the chat die, or what? Only 12, but... Alright. Yeah, guys, I'm actually gonna try to call these courts, see what I can find out because I want to know. So, um, yeah, give me a couple minutes, and I'll check back in. Hey guys, I hope you can hear me. I'm gonna take care of some lunch and some other errands. I'll be back on when we come back.
Does that answer your question?
I think it does.
My name is Jalen. I am 9 years old and in third grade. What kind of science are you studying while you are in space?
All right, we are on the record. Defense, anything we need to discuss before returning the jury?
Your Honor.
State? All right, thank you. Let's return the jury, please.
All right, everybody, we're back.
For the record, we do want to note that we rest at this point.
They rest. They rested. So, it's done, folks. It's done. They rested. No doctors, no, yeah, I think they realized they took a massive torpedo hit there, and they're sinking, so that's it. Guys, yeah, I got invited to go on to talk with Alita on Legal Bites about the Johnny Depp case. Holy shit, that was hilarious over there. So, I apologize. Wasn't sticking around. It was a nice way to eat my lunch. Yeah. Pretty much. I think that's pretty much how to look at it. Well, hey, Greg, it literally, the jury hasn't even come in yet. They're going to wait till the jury comes in. You formally rest on the record. The defense attorney's just giving the judge the courtesy of saying, we're done. Which is a fair way to do it. You don't surprise them. You try to give them the heads up.
Parties may be seated. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Defense?
Defense will rest, Judge.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, both the state of Florida and defense have rested their presentation of evidence. This portion of the trial necessitates a short break. Please do not discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please do not conduct any independent research. Thank you.
All rise for the jury, please.
Pissing these nerves off like, we could have had a longer smoke break now. Come on, bro. You're killing me. So, yeah, guys, that's it. We're going into jury instruction and closing arguments. Yep, Dirk, that's all they got. The defense attorneys, this is a thing a defense attorney can do. He can control when they're done, what witnesses they're going to call. That is not a client's decision. So, yeah, they're saying we're done.
All right, Mr. Todt, you were sworn in this morning. The defense has rested its presentation of evidence. Did you provide your attorneys with any additional witnesses that you wish to call that they are refusing to call?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. And did you provide them with any evidence that they are refusing to present to the jury? Thank you. All right. Both the state and defense have presented their cases and rested. Are there motions at this time?
Yes, Judge. At this time, defense will renew the judgment of acquittal based off the fact that Mr. Todt has now testified. In addition to the previous arguments, the state hasn't overcome any reasonable hypothesis or every reasonable hypothesis of innocence in terms of the case.
All right. Thank you. State's response. Thank you.
Greg,
Court finds
watch
that
Todt's testimony.
based
is
on the
bad.
evidence presented in the trial, the state has established to the level of a reasonable finder of fact the elements of each allegation against Mr. Todt when viewed in the light most favorable to the state and allowing a finder of fact to make all reasonable inferences. The court finds that the evidence elicited is sufficient to allow a reasonable trier of fact to infer guilt as to the allegations in the indictment to the level sufficient to sustain a conviction by reaching a conclusion to the exclusion of all other reasonable conclusions. The judgment of acquittal is denied. as to all counts. Let's talk scheduling. We have a bit more work to do regarding jury instructions. I think I'd like to cut the jury loose for the rest of the afternoon, discuss potential jury instructions, put a draft copy of those instructions together for your consideration, talk about potential Category 1 and Category 2 lesser included offenses, and hammer out the jury instructions for the rest of the afternoon, return the jury tomorrow. I'm going to say at 10 o'clock to get some copies made, any last-minute revisions, and then charge the jury and go into closing arguments. Any objection to that plan? Defense? State? Thank you. All right, I'm going to return the jury and indicate that they will be recessing for the day, and that they will be returning tomorrow at 10 a.m. I am assuming that there's no rebuttal case. Is that correct, State? Thank you.
How long for deliberation? 45 seconds. Probably. I bet it takes them longer to read the jury instructions than to come back with a verdict.
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury is going to adjourn for the day. As always, the instructions are this. Please do not conduct any independent research about this case. Please do not speak with anyone about this case. If you inadvertently come into contact with any media reports or any other information outside of this courtroom, please discontinue watching or reading that information. I will so inquire when you return tomorrow at 10 a.m. So a little bit of a different start time tomorrow, 10 a.m. The trial will continue. Get some rest. We'll see you back
10
tomorrow
a.m.
at 10. Thank you.
Ooh, child. We're going to have an early day, guys. We're going to have an early day, guys. Might get to watch some Johnny Depp trial. I'm not going to stream that because people are... Oh, I'm betting verdict tomorrow. They're not going to have a chance to do a verdict until tomorrow. That's not fair. You're killing me, Matt. Why don't you just cheat a little bit more? These are public defenders, I'm pretty sure. They're doing a damn good job. That's what they got. So let's hear what instructions we have. Probably nothing good.
It's the court's intention this afternoon to put a draft set of jury instructions together. The first page will be the style of the case, our circuit, and a discussion about the statement of charges. The charges will be stated as alleged in the information. In reference as first-degree murder, comma, first-degree murder, comma, first-degree murder, comma, first-degree murder, comma, and cruelty to animals. Second page will be .1 Introduction to Final Instructions. sorry, 3.2 will be the statement of charges previously announced. Next step is a consideration about lesser included offenses. The required Category 1 lesser included offenses of first-degree murder are second-degree depraved mind murder and manslaughter. So either side requesting those inclusions. All right. Absent an explicit waiver by both sides, the mandatory Category 1 lesser included offenses will be given. There are several permissive Category 2 lesser included offenses. Mr. Wesley, Ms. Smith, Mr. Romero-Sanchez, have you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Todt about requesting Category 2 lesser included offenses?
We've not had the discussion, Judge.
Okay. Would you like to have that discussion prior
Yes,
to making
please.
your representation to the court? All right. Thanks. We will be off the record.
I think it'll take 5 minutes and we can do it here.
Okay, so, well, Jerk, those public defenders, generally speaking, those are like the actual hired public defenders, and those guys, they've got some seniority. I mean, they're making okay money. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, these guys are eating SpaghettiOs. They're decently paid. And, you know, I know people dog on them, but, you know, court-appointed attorneys or public defenders are some of the more willing to get involved and fight and attack things for people. So, you know, like, I take court-appointed cases. And I don't know if you've heard me on here, but I don't care what it is you've done. I go hard in the fucking paint to try to get you in the best position possible. I don't care if you've paid me or not. If the court asks me to represent someone, as long as I can do it and it's not going to kill me to do it, I'll do it. Everybody's entitled to have a gunslinger work for them. So, so yeah, no, he's not paying for these guys. They're public defenders, but there's only so much they can do anyway. Todt, you know, hurt himself. Yeah, they could have just come back. They could have been like, look, Judge, we'll save you the time. We're coming back now. So, right now they're going to talk to Todt about asking for lesser included things like manslaughter or variations of murder. I think the prosecution would disagree. Nothing's been established to introduce that. He's also stated he never actually killed them, so I don't think he can claim manslaughter if he's never actually admitted to doing murder, killing them. So, yeah, they did the best they could. They worked with what they got. So, yeah, we're going to have a quick discussion about charging, and then we'll be done for the day. Yeah, in case you missed it, guys, during lunch I got invited by Alita to come on Legal Bites and talk. They were doing cross-examination of, like, Johnny's best friend, and holy cow, that was hilarious. After this is over for the day, I'm probably going to go back over and just kind of sit and spectate the trial. Just mainly, I'm not going to stream it because I don't feel that's fair. I also know there's Twisted Sisters. That's another option. I think they're doing the Depp trial. Wherever you want to go is fine, but I'm not going to take away from Twisted Sisters or Alita. They're both got people who want to watch it, so I think it's only fair you guys watch it either there or there. So if you guys have questions, though, in the meantime, feel free to throw them out. Let's talk. That's how I found you, Greg. Did you find me through Twisted Sisters or Elite on Legal Bites? I'm just curious. Oh. Also, there is still no verdict in the Husel trial. Day 27, and we're still going. So, yeah, so what's going on, guys? Oh, Legal Bites, yeah. Oh, you found me through Legal Bites too? Cool. Thanks, Dirk. I appreciate it. Thank you, Greg. But yeah, I'll probably be going back to them after this is all done for the day. And I'll probably comment over on Twisted Sisters as well. I know they're running. I think they're up right now. Or are they up? Let me see. I don't know if Critter and them are still running strong. Let's see here. I hope they are. Yeah, well, there's just one watching right now. But yeah, that's an... So, yeah, those are both two really good places to go. No, really no questions from anybody? Come on, somebody's got a question about something. I'm going to take these off right now, so we're not hunting U-boats. Oop, gotta shut the door. So yeah, guys, normally I'd like be able to talk about a lot of things that have happened today, but there's absolutely nothing happened here I can talk about. I mean, I don't need to tell you guys how bad that testimony was. That was just awful, 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 awful. But if your guy wants to talk, he's got the full legal right to talk, and I cannot stop him. I've had guys go up there and do it, just never that bad. But I've had guys get pretty bad up there. So, yeah. It's one of the dangers of taking the stand. Oh, fuck you, Matthew. That's too much. No, I'm not doing that. I'll take your wrench away for that. Yeah, he's got 4 counts of first-degree murder for his wife, his 3 kids, and then 1 count of cruelty to animals. Hey, Real World, what's up? But yeah, he's got 4 counts of first-degree murder. His wife, his 3 kids, then his dog he killed was cruelty. So... I've got 2 words for you. I'll break it down into 2 words. Lil Miss, actually, still not back. The defense immediately, they came in, the defense immediately rested, and then they kicked the jury out, told them to go home for the day. They start tomorrow at 10 a.m., and we're now waiting to get into jury instruction. So, very quickly. Well, the lessers could be like second-degree murder. I think there's a third-degree murder in Florida. I'm not sure. Maybe manslaughter. But remember, he has to agree to those, and then the state has to agree to them. And I don't think the state will agree to those because he never admitted to committing murder, and that's generally an element of manslaughter. You have to admit that you did it, but in the heat of the moment or because you lost your mind. He's not going to do that because he didn't admit to anything. So I think the state's just going to look for the first-degree murder charges and run them through. Yeah, there's a little bit of buffering, and there's a little bit of video quality issues there, so I don't know. Don't know who's in charge of that. I'd say, Law and Crime needs to get their crap together. Do a better quality product. So... yeah, he admitted on video. He did. He admitted in a interview with the police, but when he came on the stand, he tried to claim a different thing, which I think is enough for them to say, we want to keep the first degree. There's no point in going to these lessers because they've got an airtight case. Usually I don't say that, and I don't like to say the state did a great job, but yeah, this one's a 6-inch putt, or maybe even a 3-inch putt. This one's a gimme. I'm just saying, Gabby, if he admitted in court, yeah, he did it because he found out, oh my God, I was going to get indicted, I was going to go to prison forever, and I had to kill my family to make everything better off for him, that would have been where I think you could have made an argument maybe for like manslaughter or something less. But because he wouldn't admit to it on the stand, I think they're stuck with what they have. Yeah. Yeah, Shaw's like, it wasn't me. Pretty much. Gabby, I think if I remember it right, he said, well, yeah, that's what I said on video. He's not saying, yeah, I said it on video, and yes, I still mean it. I mean, wasn't kind of like Samuel Jackson where he's like, yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. He's just like, yeah, I said that on video, but that wasn't right. I was wrong, and that's how he tried to... Yeah, I think he's going to get first degrees anyway. I don't think they should give him the lessers. Yeah, it's up there. You know. Oh, actually, I would have done the voice, but my voice is a little scratchy today. Not a specific case. How long does a jury let a judge deliberate before telling jury? It all depends. There are different states have different things they do. It's called a charge instruction. They tell them you guys really need to work at it. Keep working. Depending on the trial, some judges will let it go for a while, and they'll keep sending them back out. Generally, it's after a little while, a couple times, like we can't reach a verdict, the judge will normally hang a jury and declare a mistrial, but it takes a little while. You're not going to get it right away. I agree, no leaders. I actually wish they pushed for the DP, in my opinion. Well, here's the thing with the death penalty. A death penalty case is a massive undertaking for the state. Believe it or not, there's a lot of factors involved. One of them is time, and the other one is resources. You have to eat up a lot of people to do a death penalty case. You need a lot of money to do a death penalty case. You have to pay for experts, testing, all kinds of stuff that you're going to have to pay for to prove this is the death penalty case. You've got prosecutors who you're generally going to have your more seasoned and more experienced prosecutors. You may even have a death penalty unit, depending on how big your jurisdiction is and how many cases you have going. So that's now, and even if you don't, that's their full-time. Like, you have to spend so much time on that. I can say this is, for example, when my first prosecuting gig I ever had was in a county of 40,000 people. There was a murder. That took up all the damn time of my boss. And there were just 5 prosecutors total. So it eats up time as much as, you've got to manage your
Right,
time
we are
right.
back on the record.
Sorry. We'll save
Wesley Smith discussed the issue of permissive Category 2 lesser included offenses with Mr. Todt.
Your Honor, we discussed with Mr. Todt, and it was not well formed, so we request all lessers, first, second, manslaughter, aggravated battery, aggravated assault, simple battery.
All right. Some of the permissive Category 2 lesser included offenses are aggravated manslaughter of an officer, firefighter, EMT, paramedic. There are some very specific factual determinations that need to be supported by the record before the court will consider permissive second degree, or Category 2, lesser included offenses.
The case law is very clear, Judge, that you can't give a non-homicide lesser included in a homicide case when the evidence supports
Technically, you
that
could.
the victims are dead.
It's ultimately disorderly conduct.
So you can't give a non-homicide lesser included offense when the victims are unquestionably dead.
All right, so that would apply to,
When Mr. Wesley said he wanted aggravated assault, aggravated battery, you can't illegally get those because there's no question that victims are dead. In fact, they stipulated that element.
all right, aggravated battery, felony battery, aggravated assault, battery. About assault. Those appear to be non-homicide related Category 2 lesser included permissive lesser included offenses. How about culpable negligence?
In order to get a Category 2 lesser, it has to be charged and there has to be evidence to support it. They weren't charged, and what the defense would have to assert why they believe they should get culpable negligence. They have to provide the evidence for why it would apply. That's why it's a category 2 lesser.
Understood. The request is at this time, all homicide-related Category 2 lesser included offenses be included. We're going to start with aggravated manslaughter child. That is 782.07, subsection 3.
Ooh, wow, that sound is bad. That sound is bad. Jeez, I'm gonna have to try to refresh that.
Subsection 2, subsection B
Oh
commits
wow, this is
aggravated
really
manslaughter
bad.
of a child, a felony of the first degree punishable by 775.03 and 084.
I'm gonna try to refresh that one more
Is
time,
there
see if that
record
fixes
evidence
this.
to support as defined in 826?
We don't think the negligence is proven. Your Honor, maybe buck passing, but I need my client to know that we've argued for him for every lesser that we think might apply, and that's what we're doing.
Understood. And the record is reserved.
Yeah, guys, I'm sorry, we're having trouble with the stream. I'm gonna have to kill it and I'm gonna kill their stream and restart it, see if I can get a better. Because that was nasty to listen to. That made me want to jump out a window.
Lesser included offense as to second degree felony murder, 72.04, subsection 3. Any additional argument from defense?
No, Your Honor.
That unquestionably does not legally fit this situation. Not to explain what secondary felony murder is, but that unquestionably does.
Right. Thank you. The record evidence is insufficient to support a giving of the permissive Category 2 lesser included offense of second degree felony murder as defined in 782.04, subsection 3. That will not be given. Attempted felony murder, was there any evidence of an uncompleted act that would support an attempt? Either side.
Obviously, none of these state judges, basically, they're already said.
Hearing none, attempted felony murder and attempted premeditated murder are, well, attempted felony murder is certainly not applicable. And there was no evidence that there was an act that was either interrupted or incomplete. So the attempted premeditated murder, permissive Category 2 lesser included offense is going to be omitted. Aggravated manslaughter of an elderly person or disabled adult, 782.07, subsection 2. There's been no record evidence to support a person identified as an elderly person or any record evidence to support disabled adult. That will not be given as a Category 2 permissive lesser included offense. Aggravated manslaughter of an officer, firefighter, EMT, or paramedic. There's no record evidence to support the manslaughter of any officer, firefighter, EMT, or paramedic as defined in 782.07, subsection 4. That will not be given as a permissive Category 2 lesser included offense. Attempted second degree murder, 782.04, subsection 2, and 777.04. There's no record evidence of attempt in this case. The permissive category 2 lesser included offense will not be given. Attempted felony murder, 782.051, subsection 2. There's no record evidence of an attempted felony murder. That will not be given as a permissive category 2 lesser included offense. Third degree
Good call.
felony murder, 782.04, subsection 4. Is that the same argument, State?
It's not.
Court finds no record evidence to support the permissive category 2 lesser included offense of third degree felony murder, 782.04, subsection 4. Vehicular homicide is defined in 782.071. There was no evidence whatsoever
This is
to
the problem when the
indicate
defense attorney didn't
use of
specify.
a
They got to
vehicle
go
is
through all
defined in
of them.
782.071. That will not be given as a permissive category 2 lesser included offense. Attempted felony murder, 782.051, subsection 3. Will not be given as there is no evidence of an uncompleted act or an interrupted act. That will not be given based on the lack of evidence. Aggravated battery, it's the state's position that 784.045 cannot be, as a non-homicide related lesser included offense cannot be given.
That's the state's position, Judge, yes, based on the evidence that was presented in this case, that's the state's position.
Is there some case law that supports that? Or is it an argument that,
Are you asking me for case law? I can find it for you, Judge, but there's case law that talks about you don't get the, when everybody's dead, you don't get a non-homicide lesser included offense if there's no question that the victims are dead. Now, there are times where you can get it in a situation, which is like a hypothetical, if both of us shoot at the same time, and they can't say which person actually, whose bullet actually caused that person's death, but both bullets hit the victim. There's an argument to be made that one person could be convicted of aggravated, and the victim dies, obviously, there's one person could be convicted of aggravated battery, and one person could be convicted of homicide based on how the jury finds it. But in this situation, I don't believe that applies in this situation.
is there not? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, because their defense is that Megan did this completely by herself, and our position is obviously that the defendant did it by himself.
Right.
Although we're asking for the principal theory because he says that they came up with a suicide pact together. So, but there's no question that the victims are dead and that the cause of death, that the death was caused by, obviously our position is the defendant and their position is Megan. So there's no factual scenario where the jury could conclude that that the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery. Because nobody's arguing that the defendant did something to these, did something to all these people and then somebody came along and finished it. Because their defense is that Megan did it and our position is that the defendant did it.
Understood. There was some record evidence elicited that at least for some of the victims, there was an act in concert between Mr. Todt and his wife. That was elicited by the state's evidence. I think the case law supports a consideration of the state's evidence supporting at least a defense, and I would presume a lesser included offense if the evidence supports that. As to that issue?
The position is that she, with respect to Zoe, that she wasn't there, that she was standing outside.
Right.
With respect to the two boys, that she may have, and with respect to Tyler, who's downstairs, she was outside. So the only one that, and the state's position is that doesn't apply, but the only one where the evidence supports that she was
got a good argument.
participating in any way was when the evidence is that she was holding Alek's legs. But that's not any sort of act that would have or could have caused his death.
Understood.
And then, of course, with respect to Megan Todt, maybe there's more of an argument because the evidence is that she stabbed herself the first couple of times. But so maybe there's an argument there that we can talk about. But I think certainly with respect to the kids, it's not applicable.
Understood. All right. I'd be interested in taking a look at the case law if you can locate that and send that to defense and myself via email. I'll take a look at that tonight. I'm going to reserve as to the aggravated battery, felony battery, aggravated assault, and battery, and assault solely as to the allegations that refer to Alek and Megan Todt. And we'll have an additional discussion in the morning. I'll have some jury instructions that may include those in the draft to be discussed. As far as the rest of the counts and the permissive Category 2 lesser included offenses, I find the record evidence insufficient with regards to Zoe, Tyler, Zoe and Tyler. Category 1 lesser included offense of second degree depraved mind murder is a mandatory Category 1. It will be included. All right, going through the counts charged by indictment. First is alleges the first degree murder of Zoe Elizabeth Todt. The jury instruction, I think it's introduction to homicide will be given.
Yeah, I totally agree with the court. It should just be the straight homicide, the first degree murder charges.
Clear. Let's see what that is.
They haven't demonstrated any reason to go lower based on any of their testimony, I don't think, really. God, the humming is bad. Jeez. Like, it's driving me crazy.
That's 7.1. Immediately after 7.1 is given referencing all 4 alleged victims. The counts will be broken out. That will be 7.2, murder in the first degree. There are some optional language sections of 7.2. Jury instructions indicate that an issue regarding heat of passion based on adequate provocation is to be given only if there's evidence that a defendant acted in the heat of passion on legally adequate provocation. I'll ask the parties if there's any record evidence to support that portion of the jury instruction.
The state's position is that there's not.
Defense, anything in the record evidence that supports a heat of...
That doesn't apply.
All right, thank you. So 7.2 will be given up to the paragraph immediately before the italicized language in the standard jury instruction. That includes subsections A through E, as well as the final paragraph relating to the heat of passion. Any requested additional changes to the 7.2 first degree murder standard jury instruction, with the exception that each will be tailored to each of the specific counts as charged in the indictment? Defense?
Prior instruction is fine.
State? Thank you. All right, after the 4 7.2 instructions are given, the court will then give the, when there are lesser included crimes or attempts, second degree murder, depraved mind will be given as to each alleged victim. Manslaughter will be given as to each victim. Court will reserve as to the
He's gonna do that.
permissive
Wow.
Category 2 lesser included offenses of the aggravated battery, felony battery, aggravated assault, battery, and assault with regards to the 2 victims, Alek and Megan. After that is 3.5 subsection A. The state had mentioned they are requesting a principal instruction. Can you walk me through that, Ms. Hicks?
Yes, Judge, so there was testimony about these two were acting in concert, that Megan and the defendant had decided together that their children would die, and particularly with respect to Megan's death, how they were both involved in, she stabbing herself, him suffocating her, and the principal instruction.
Oh no, it's breaking up again.
Can't get it to suicide if the defendant is the one that actually killed her. So the principal theory as opposed to suicide. So the principal theory is appropriate if the jury was to believe that these two people were acting together to cause the death of the children.
Can't remember the exact verbiage. It's an act to entice, encourage, advise another person to commit a criminal act. The principal instruction. All right. What's the defense's position?
The defense's position is, Judge, please don't send him to prison. He's such a nice boy.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, he's no Johnny Depp.
Included as it is supported by the record evidence and requested. Plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof is standard stuff. And the evidence is standard stuff. Defendant testifying language will be included in weighing the evidence. We have the jury instruction for animal cruelty. Thank you. That will be given at the immediately after the statement of charge, prior to the lesser included offenses. Let's take a look and see what.
Alright, I'm gonna try to restart and refresh what they got going on. This is... Their stream sucks.
Thank you.
Let's try that. There we go.
All right. The standard jury instruction for animal cruelty has 3 elements. There's italicized language indicating give A, B, or C as applicable. Unnecessarily overloaded, overdrove, tormented, mutilated, or killed an animal. Deprived an animal of a necessary sustenance or shelter. Carried on an animal in or upon a vehicle or otherwise in a cruel or inhumane manner. Which of the...
A.
Are you requesting each of the overloaded, overdrove, tormented, mutilated, and killed?
We would be fine with mutilated or killed.
Right.
I think we charge all of them, but we limit it at this point. So I think mutilated or killed is fine.
All right. Thank you. Defense requesting any of the other alternate language?
Was not supported by Dr. Stern's testimony.
Understood. So the argument is that animal cruelty should not be given as a to the jury for their consideration?
The fact that with the description of factors, though, that he couldn't tell what happened to the dog And the only wound that was identified by the state was speculated as a natural process of dying.
Right, the court is going to find that the record evidence that has been elicited supports the giving of subsection A, killed an animal. Mr. Todt's statement to law enforcement initially indicates that he put his hand over the dog's muzzle and held it there until the dog was deceased.
Poor Popper. Such a piece of shit to kill a dog like that.
Credibility of that statement evaluated by the finder of fact. So that will be given subsection A, killed an animal. Standard parts of the jury instructions discuss plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. Weighing the evidence, 3.9 is standard stuff. Defendant statements 3.9 subsection B seems appropriate to the court in this circumstance. Is that being requested by either side?
No.
Based on the agreement of both parties, 3.9B will not be given for the jury's consideration. Rules for deliberation is standard stuff. Cautionary instruction is standard stuff. That's 3.10, 3.11, 3.12 is a discussion of the verdict. I'll ask the state to prepare some verdict forms with potential Category 1, well, certainly with Category 1, lesser included offenses.
I'm sorry, can we go back for a second?
Sure,
You said 3.9B as in boy, the defendant's statements?
correct.
The defense is not asking for that?
They are not.
Well, then we'll do it, we're done. I'm sorry.
All right. The defendant's statements includes a discussion as to whether they believe that if the defendant's statements were not given freely and voluntarily, they should disregard the statements. I think the record evidence supports it, and upon request, 3.9B will be given.
Your Honor, I do request it, and that's what we discussed in the pretrial hearing about the circumstances of the first interview on the 13th.
Yes, sir?
I would request it.
You are requesting it. All right, thanks. It'll be given. I'm going to put a draft copy of the instructions together for both parties, and that's why we're meeting early, so we can make any revisions tomorrow if, upon some reflection, there are some additional corrections or deletions. Multiple counts or informations. That language will be given. Back to the verdict form, I'm going to ask the state to put together a couple of alternate verdict forms regarding Alek and Megan Todt regarding the court reserving on the Category 2 permissive lesser included offenses. Just have those ready to go if the court makes a decision that those are going to be included, and I'll give you some time to make some amendments. Submitting case to jury, 3.13 is the final jury instruction. Any additional requested jury instructions from the defense at this time?
No, Your Honor, not now.
Any additional requested jury instructions from the state at this time?
Don't believe so, Judge. I was just looking to see if there were, I know you gave during the trial, I know you gave the stipulation instruction and the transcript instruction. I just wanted to make sure there was nothing
Good name.
in the trial instruction that we can give, but I don't see anything, so I don't believe so.
Yeah, the Supreme Court qualifies those as during trial instructions, so
I was just making sure that sometimes there's one during, one coming after. So
understood.
trying to-
Okay, I am going to spend the rest of the afternoon putting a draft set of jury instructions together. I will email all parties. You will receive a draft copy of jury instructions for discussion tomorrow at 9 a.m. I will print out a hard copy for Mr. Todt and bring that to court.
I have a request on that matter. While I've been here, the tech people changed my password. I haven't seen a single email sent to me, and it's been wonderful, don't get me wrong. But could your assistant send it to aschmidt@circuit9.org? Or shall we contact?
Ms. Smith? Yeah, we'll definitely, Ms. Smith will definitely get a copy of the
Not
proposed.
this, it's Schmidt.
Schmidt.
We,
Apologies.
SCHMITT.
Before
they
we,
do this on purpose to confuse me.
before we adjourn, I'm going to ask that you share whatever email you'd like me to send that to with Madam Clerk, and then I'll get it to where it needs to go.
Thank you.
I think it's all for you. I'm providing to the court Humphrey v. State, which is 690 Southern 2nd, 1351, from the
Oh, sorry, guys. I didn't mean to sniff on camera.
And Walker v. State is 671 Southern 2nd, 817.
Oh, talk on the microphone. Come on. Dude. Anyways, Hellcat, hello. How are you?
I'll review them this
Good to see
evening
you
and make
here.
some preliminary determinations, certainly subject to any additional argument from defense. Ms. Romero-Sanchez?
Judge, in regards to the case law that the state provided, would we be able to send the case law to you tonight?
Sure.
Thank you.
Can I put a cutoff date or a cutoff time of, say, 5 p.m. so I have any?
I'll be sending you in a few minutes.
All right.
Just getting them all together.
Thanks. Send it to the state as well. All right, absent the court putting together some proposed draft jury instructions for discussion tomorrow at 9 a.m., and the state putting together proposed verdict forms, which I'll ask that you share with the defense. Any additional considerations that we need to talk about before adjourning for the day? Defense? State? State, if
adjourn,
evidence
let me
is to
talk.
go back to the jury for their consideration, I will ask that you make arrangements to have some kind of equipment that can play any electronic information. I'll ask that you share that equipment with the defense to verify that it is not internet capable, and then I'll entertain a stipulation or an objection that can go back so the jury can play any electronic media.
Would it be your intention that even the interview of the defendant go back, or would they have to come back to the courtroom?
It would be my intention to send an internet-disabled laptop back so the jury can review portions of the evidence that are now in evidence. I will entertain objections to that process, but that's the court's intention, absent any additional argument. I'll just ask that if that is to be the route that is taken, that you bring that laptop, show the defense that it can't access the internet. It's my intention to read up to cautionary instruction of the jury instructions once they are formulated and approved by all parties. After that, both parties will have an opportunity to give closing arguments. Following the closing arguments, I'll go back to the jury instructions, finish out the jury instructions, and send the jury back for its consideration.
And we start at 9.
Yes, sir. We'll be back at 9 to hammer out any remaining issues regarding the jury instructions, and I'll have both hard copies, and you guys will have some electronic copies today.
And I'll provide this to Madam Clerk.
Thank you. All right, absent any additional issues, we're going to be in recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.
All right, and we're done. So that's it, guys. Why did they choose the first responder one, Little Miss? Well, defense counsel said we want all of those available. We want to try all of them. Well, when he says we want all the derivations of murder and homicide, the judge said, well, wait, we have all these different kinds. So the judge has to go through and say which ones are valid, which ones are invalid. So, yeah, the judge was forced to do that because of sloppy stuff by the prosecutor or by the defense attorney. Simping ain't easy. I appreciate the dedication, man. That's awesome. I appreciate it. I can't believe they gave him the lesser included, but I wonder if that's just their way of avoiding a potential appealable issue by doing that. Yeah, that was interesting, Gabby, about the assisted suicide thing, but we shall see. But yeah, that's it for him. I mean, Oh, they got the guy in the subway shootings. Okay, cool. Um, the Brophy trial. Brophy. Oh no, I never heard about this. She's a romance novelist and she killed her husband? That's pretty gnarly. Um, huh. No, I hadn't, that's interesting. So, maybe I'll, hey, Shaw, bring that up for Thursday, because I'll talk about that tomorrow. That sounds like a good one we can dive into and talk about a little bit. Yeah. Okay, seriously. You guys need to remind me tomorrow because I definitely want to talk about it because that's awesome. I might even do a side video on that one. Um, so that's where we are right now. Um, so yeah, I mean, like, there's not a whole lot to talk about here. I mean, this one is I just wrote a book called How to Murder Your Husband. Yeah. Um, yeah, guys, this whole thing was just weird. I mean, there's not a lot to say. Oh, okay. Whoa, here we go. Even better. Twisted Sisters, which is I would call them an associate of mine. Has been running Depp and Amber Heard, and they've been running it without commentary, and they've also, it sounds like they're running the Brophy trial. So something to look into, if you guys are interested. Um, I would give them a look. If you want to watch the Heard trial with commentary, Legal Bites is doing it. I'll probably be going over to her in a minute if you guys don't have any questions for me. Um, Still want to see the essay, but don't want to have my search history. Yeah, pretty much. In real world, going back to your thing about the death penalty case, you suck up a ton of man hours doing that. Those prosecutors have to spend time and effort. That's resources your office doesn't have necessarily. So there's also the political issue of doing the death penalty. I mean, there are a lot of factors involved in it other than just, does this guy deserve it? So sadly, money and resources are the biggest ones. Which may suck, but that 'tis the reality of the world. And I'd say this guy probably deserved it. This is 100% planned out. Yes, the Brooklyn shooter guy has his own YouTube channel, and if it's still up, I'm gonna watch some. We'll look at some of those videos and we'll talk about it. Apparently, a couple of them are crazy, so we'll talk about them. They're not as bad as the Unbreaded guy, but they're still neat to watch. Glad they caught him. So, anyway. So what do you guys think? I know that was very anticlimactic and uneventful, so. Florida's changed a lot. I don't know. South Carolina does the fire squad now, but North Florida, I don't think they've changed much. But I am not a Florida attorney. Yeah, we'll have to look for it. If it's up tomorrow night, we'll talk about it. But yeah, bring up the Brophy one tomorrow, guys. We could talk then, too. So, actually, and I got a call from the New Jersey courts, I think, about Michael Barrisone. So, let me pull this up real quick and see what they're telling me. Okay, so I just got pushed around. I got to call someone else. Isn't that typical of government? um, yeah, I think his defense attorneys talked him out of it, but who knows? Yeah, I think that's a very fair assessment, Matt. Um, well, I mean, it sounds like the guy was a big Louis Farrakhan dude, which, you're right. You're allowed to worship and view and believe in whatever you want. But yes, a lot of Nation of Islam guys, especially the hardcore ones, are not exactly the nicest when it comes to other races at times. So looks like everybody's starting to bail. Actually, I don't blame you guys. That's really it for now. So yeah, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And tomorrow night we will stream. We're back. We're back, baby. So yeah. Well, you're welcome, George. You're welcome, everybody. Yeah, I'm probably Alita just invited me back on, so I'm probably gonna head over there for a little bit and kill some time this afternoon. And yeah, see you guys tomorrow morning. And I'll probably be over on Twisted Sister commenting as well, a little bit here and there. So, yeah, I know I did a great job. I didn't get another copy strike, so like, pat on the back. I know, just because I did it didn't mean I actually committed copyright violations. Eggs freaking exactly. Okay, fine, I'll say it. Just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. So you guys have a nice night. Take care.